Okay. I think you're right, Wilson. Don't remember. I showed you this video Friday. We can just replay it. It's kind of cool. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 photon bars. This is from the Victory Day parade. The main square of her son after the Kiev junta refused to celebrate Victory Day. This again from Friday. Ukraine was supposed to celebrate liberation from fascism, right, on Victory Day, but Ukraine don't want to celebrate that day. For some reason, they don't want to celebrate that day, dude. I don't know why. Why wouldn't you want to do that? The president of the European Parliament, Roberta Metsola, visited Kiev on Europe Day. I don't know who this is, dude. Who the fuck is that? Another fraud, dude. All these female leaders is gonna get us all killed, dude. We got a video from Al-Qassam. Hey Rangers. Memorial Day of Israel. What is that about? Check this video for Al-Qassam. I saw it. I saw some of it, dude. But now I forgot what it was about. Where is Seagraft? Honestly, I forgot what this video was about. I must have queued it up for a reason. Normally, I don't queue up like these videos because it's just normal stuff. It just looked like a normal video, dude. I don't know why I queued it up. Whatever. Of all the soldiers who died, in which context? In which context, dude? We talked about this at some point. Operation Aerodynamic. But I forgot what it was about. But it just reappeared on the network, so I queued it up again. The purpose of Project Aerodynamic is to provide for the exploitation and expansion of the anti-Soviet Ukrainian resistance movement for Cold War and Hot War purposes. Such groups as the Ukrainian Supreme Council of Liberation, its military adjunct, the Ukrainian Insurgency Army, the UPA, the Organization of Ukrainian Nationalists, OUN, all in the Ukraine, the foreign representative of the Supreme Council of Liberation in Western Europe and the United States, and other Ukrainian organizations such as the Foreign Section of Organizations of Ukrainian Nationalists, will be utilized. The project began in earnest in 1944, before the CIA even officially existed, and continued up to early 1960s. During the course of the Operation Aerodynamic, valuable Fiend, Red Sox, Minus, Ukulele, Lynx, Triton, etc., declassified documents clearly shows that the agencies involved, America, France, the UK, clearly knew what they were funding and dealing with, yet proceeded to do it anyway. So we got this. This is about slowing the progress of the Soviets, and we've seen multiple declassified CIA documents showing that America used Nazis to attack the Soviet Union before the war, during the war, and after the war. Okay. I showed you some of these stocks at some point. Hey Rock, привет. Biden. We got a video of Biden condemning Israel publicly for the first time. So Biden, I'm not buying Biden's presentation about how he's not supporting the operation in Rafah. It just looks like it's for show for now. They're saying they want to stop sending weapons, but they are still sending weapons. Lloyd Austin confirmed that.
I want to ask you about something happening as we sit here and speak, and that, of course, is Israel is striking Rafah. I know that you have paused, Mr. President, shipments of 2,000-pound U.S. bombs to Israel due to concern that they could be used in any offensive on Rafah. Have those bombs, those powerful 2,000-pound bombs, been used to kill civilians in Gaza?
Yes.
Civilians have been killed in Gaza as a consequence of those bombs and other ways in which they go after population centers. And I made it clear that if they go into Rafah, they haven't gone into Rafah yet. If they go into Rafah,
they have done that though.
I'm not supplying the weapons that have been used historically to deal with Rafah.
Netanyahu made a statement saying we don't believe Biden, that he will stop providing weapons
to deal with the cities, to deal with that problem. We're going to continue to make sure Israel is secure in terms of Iron Dome and their ability to respond to attacks like came out of the Middle East recently. But it's just wrong. We're not going to supply the weapons and the artillery shells used that have been used.
Artillery shells as well.
Yeah, artillery shells.
So, just to understand what they're doing right now in Rafah, is that not going in?
I have not heard about that, Rangers. But there was the media in Egypt was complaining about Israel. But the leadership of Egypt is pro-Israel. So it doesn't make sense for Egypt to join South Africa in the ICJ. I can't really make sense of that.
Into Rafah as you
No,
define
they haven't gone into the population centers. What they did is right on the border, and it's causing problems with right now in terms of with Egypt, which I've worked very hard to make sure we have a relationship and help. But I've made it clear to Bibi and the War Cabinet, they're not going to get our support.
I don't think they care, dude. I don't think they care. Hey, Russ Bluff, how are you doing? Hey, Toms. Yeah, I don't think they're worried about the law. So surely it must be the voters. But it's just weird, dude. Because Biden haven't done that much to save his voters, honestly. There's so much more he could have done. I know, Rangers. I know. What is this? Then and now. Hang on, let me check what you have. I'm not gonna take too much links today because it's just annoying while I'm on my laptop. Fucking Yahoo. I need to... Egypt to back genocide case against Israel at the World Court. Thomas, can you make sense of that? Because why would they do that, dude? Hey, Joni. How you doing? This is called Then and Now. I'm assuming this is a video about Victor Day Parade. Thank you, Rangers. Thank you. Is there more? Electronic warfare. Very cool. Very cool, dude. I like the older ones, click lock. I need one of them. The Soviet Union never changed. PPG. The Soviet Union never changed, dude. I know, that guy, Game Boy, Maita, the others, I forgot. They are fucked. Hey, Sibrisk. How are you doing? Do you know what happened? In Latvia. This is in Latvia. Latvian television showed a live broadcast of the victory parade on Red Square. Police began an investigation. Lol. Israeli tanks mass around Rafah following Biden's arms threat. That's the gas station. I can tell that's the fucking gas station they blew up, dude. You can tell, dude. It's very clear, dude. Hamas has the Islamic Jihad forces said the fighters struck Israeli forces on the outskirts of Rafah, firing anti-tank rockets and mortars at IDF positions. Residents at the east of Rafah also reported that the sound of explosions and battles between Palestinian fighters and approaching Israeli troops. Israeli tanks seized the Gaza side of the Rafah border crossing with Egypt on Tuesday, cutting off vital aid route and forcing tens of thousands of people to flee the city this week. I think more than 100,000 people fled, dude. Probably way more. If you think about it. There's like 1 million people there, dude. Medical professor calls out his own industry and tells you everything you need to know to avoid Big Pharma.
My name is Peter Gertje. I'm a director of the Nordic Cochrane Center in Copenhagen and professor of research design and analysis at the
Do you guys want to watch this video?
University of Copenhagen. 2 years ago, I found out that our prescription drugs are the third leading cause of death after heart disease and cancer. Our drugs kill around 200,000 people in America every year, and half of these people die while they do what their doctors told them. So they die because of the side effects. The other half die because of errors. And it's often the doctors that make the errors because any drug may come with 20, 30, or 40 warnings, contraindications, precautions, and so on. No doctor in the world knows about all this. So they give patients drugs that they should not have given them, that interact dangerously with other drugs or food items or so on. And then the patients die. That's the other half. So the other thing I found out 2 years ago was that much of what the drug industry does fulfills the criteria for organized crime.
It's okay. I'm just thinking out loud here. Surely there's a way to measure if someone is getting the wrong drugs and there's like an ill effect. Surely there's some sort of feedback system for this, right?
In US law. And they behave in many ways like the mafia does. You
need to send it to me on VK. I'm on my laptop and everything is slow.
Corrupt everyone they can corrupt. They have bought every type of person, even including ministers of health in some countries. So there is a huge amount of corruption. In my country, for example, Denmark, we are regarded as having very little corruption. But yet we have thousands of doctors on industry payroll, although we are just 20,000 doctors. So this is an effective kind of corruption. The drug industry buys the professors first, then chiefs of department, then other chief physicians and so on. They don't buy junior doctors. So when several thousands are on industry payroll, it's really, really bad. And that's why I wrote my book, Deadly Medicines and Organized Crime, How Big Pharma Has Corrupted Healthcare. I hope to convince patients not to take so many drugs because so many die from the drugs they take. In my country, people take so many drugs that every single citizen can be in treatment with 1.5 drugs from they are born till they die. This is incredible. And drugs are not that helpful. And they kill very many of us. We know that. That's why drugs are the third major killer after heart disease and cancer. So what we need in the coming years is to take far fewer drugs than what we do currently. If we did that and we were careful, then we could live longer and live better lives. Because drugs have many side effects and patients often don't
Turbo, what's up?
realize that when they become worse, that it could be a side effect of the drug, which they continue taking because that's what their doctors tell them. So when I was a specialist in internal medicine, what I very often did was that I stopped a lot of drugs, particularly in elderly people, and it's quite revealing to see a bedridden elderly person come into your ward.
This is a Danish doctor. By the sounds of it, he's saying that people are being overprescribed drugs and also given the wrong drugs. And the effect of that is you get a lot of excess casualties.
And when you stop the drugs, I mean, that person becomes many years younger. And many of these drugs affect the brain. And old people tolerate that very, very badly. They fall, and when they break a hip, 1/4 of them die. And for example, antidepressant drugs are used in more than 10% of our elderly. And they seem to kill 3% of them every year. I mean, if 100 old people take an antidepressant for 1 year, 3% of them will die because they fall and break their hip. This is a huge death rate. So a lot of other drugs than antidepressants also make people fall and kill them. And they may affect your cognition, your memory, and all these things. And then they interact in ways that we know almost nothing about. Very many elderly, they take more than 5 drugs a day. And we actually don't know how these drugs interact with each other. What we do know is that all drugs have many effects in the body, and some of them interact also in their metabolism, so that you can get a too high concentration of a drug if you take other drugs simultaneously. So we make a lot of harms that we don't even recognize. I have a pretty colorful collection of things people have called me during all these years. And sometimes journalists have asked me, why do you always look up controversy? And my reply,
Ego Mantis, I don't see how you can research the effect of combining 5 drugs, dude. That's gonna be tough as fuck. If you're on 5 different drugs and you need to like figure out are they safe in combination. That's tough. Two drugs, that's possible, but 5.
is I don't. Controversy looks me up because it's not popular to tell the truth in healthcare. You will get a lot of enemies because a lot of people make money on false premises, doctors and industry alike. And our drug regulators and our politicians, they are on board on this wagon. So very few people are independent of money in healthcare. And of course,
Let me check your fucking link, Turbo. I'm not gonna share it on the screen because it's too annoying, dude. But we can just hear the audio. That should be enough.
Make me want to watch this video. Now we're gonna watch it, and make me want to watch this video. Now we're gonna watch it, and all of you guys are on her stream. I'm gonna debunk the shit out of this video, and I want you to go to her stream. I know she's great. I love her to death, dude. But she's not the.
What?
She's
Who?
She's
Who? Who is he talking about, dude? Nikki. You know what, Nikki? She is too naive, dude. And I'm talking about Kairos. Okay. He got in trouble? Really? And we got more CIA docs here, boys. I showed you the other one before. Project Aerodynamic. This is another one. These letters from 1957. So this is from the FBI online archive. They were sent to Henry Gabbard Lodge. Okay? I don't know. The ambassador to the UN from the US, stating that the sovereignty of the United States had been sold by the World Zionist Organization, described as an act of treason, which directly resulted in the United States entering both world wars against its own wishes and interest. What the shit is this, dude? I don't understand. The sovereignty of the US had been sold by the World Zionist Organization. What? So what does this say, dude? Supplementing my letter to you, and also information on guidance. Append Hierato is a copy of letter dated January 7, 57 to Dr. Robert M. Hutchins, President, the Fund of the Republic, wherein inquiry is made about bringing action to outlaw on the charge of treason by an act of Congress, the Zionist Organization of America, and the World Zionist Federation for conspiring, bartering, and selling for a price the sovereignty of the United States of America. It is a cooperative treason on the part of the Constitution. What the shit? I think I just got a cold, Turbo. I think so. But I'm not sure. Are you guys paying attention to this letter, boys? Did you hear about black aristocracy? No? No, was love. Okay. On May 8th, 45. Okay, May 8th was like a few days ago. We have May 12th today. Alright. On this day, the French massacred 45,000 Muslim children, women, and civilian men who were celebrating the end of World War II. In the cities of Sétif, Gulma, and Qatar, hundreds of thousands of Algerian Muslims flooded the streets to celebrate the Allies' victory over Germany on May 7th, 1945. Why would Algerians celebrate a European victory? This is because France had forcibly recruited 240,000 Algerians to fight its wars. They were promised independence and rights if the Allies won. As the Algerians took to the streets to celebrate the end of World War II, the French army opened fire on children, women, and civilian men, killing 45,000 Muslims. In retaliation, the Algerians killed 100 to 200 settlers. At that moment, the Algerians realized that the only path to independence was through iron and fire. 9 years later, on November 1st, 1954, Algerians initiated a revolution against the French. This revolution was planned by 22 young men in their 20s. The French were eventually forced to grant independence to Algeria after planning operatives who fought against the Algerians and later took over the country. These French officers are the ones who have ruled Algeria since the coup against the Islamic Salvation Front party, which won the election in 1991. Yes, Ernest. There's a photo of this event. A lot of dead people is in that photo. 45,000 dead, dude. This is in Moldova. Thousands march for Victory Day in Chisinau, capital of Moldova. They shout victory. This is what you would expect. People celebrating the day of liberation of Nazism, but not in Ukraine, and not in America, and not in Israel. PPG. Nice one, Moldova. Hey, Titania. You were there. Nice. Nice, dude. I love it when we know people from all over the place. That was Moldova. The capital of Moldova. Chisinau. And this is in Berlin. Hundreds of people came to the Soviet War Memorial. Oh, you can't go and celebrate the liberation of fascism. Why? Why can't I do that? You just can't. You have to vote. Germany is fucked. France is fucked. Britain is fucked. Lesbian is fucked. In it. Fucking liars, dude. Frauds, phonies. Kairos is not really in Brazil. He's somewhere in Haiti. Whatever. 1945, thousands of German prisoners of war are paraded through the streets of Moscow. All videos. Reuters. It's weird to think about how long Reuters have existed.
Over 57,000 German soldiers captured by the Red Army in one campaign in White Russia. Only a part of the total number taken at such famous
White Russia.
Vitebsk, Minsk, Bobruisk. They were to march through Moscow between two stations, part of their journey to prison camps.
Yeah, Belarus. How many did he say? PPG.
There were many German generals to lead the procession.
There is an autonomous republic in Moldova that's doing good. But all people are doing the same thing, Chapo. Look at the Danes, dude. Look at the Americans. Look at the Germans. Look at all of the people, dude.
Major General von Hetmandorf, Commandant of Mogilev.
He looks German.
Major General Klamat, commanding the 260th Infantry Division. General Felkers, commanding the 27th German Armored Corps. General Galwitzer, 53rd Armored Corps. Major General Engel, 45th Infantry Division. Major General Schmidt, head of the 9th Army Engineer Service. 19 German generals altogether. Now they are to march as captives along the streets of Moscow, through which they hope to march in triumph.
Imagine walking from Moscow to Berlin, dude. How long does that take? What? Titanium? Titanium.
A collection of brigands they look, watched by the people of Moscow whom they were planning to enslave. So ends for them another German dream of conquest. This in the east of Europe compares with what British and Americans are doing to German armies in the west. Imagine for yourself, what would you be doing today if Germans had marched victoriously in Moscow and in your own city or town or village? Make up your mind now that Germany shall never be given the chance to try again and sweep your streets as they swept the streets of Moscow.
Titanium, did he leave, dude? Don't scare him off, Turbo. Someone did the guys. Very cool video. Okay. This is from Berlin. 3rd of May 1945. Zhukov and other high ranks of the Red Army walked through the ruins of the city. Very cool with this old footage, right? This is Putin's school teacher. Gonna share some memories.
Терпеть не мог выступать. Он всегда говорил, кому надо, тот пусть и говорит. А мне говорить не нужно. Я лучше буду делать, чем говорить. Он очень много занимался спортом. Он занимался и самбо, и дзюдо. Он не трогал никогда ни одного. Он всегда говорил, разберемся на словах, И всегда, как бы ни выпадали ситуации, он всегда выступал только в роли защитника. Он очень добрый человек, очень доброжелательный. Он никого пальцем не обидел. Еще раз говорю, несмотря на то, что он был всегда самым сильным и самым спортивным.
Hey, CatCube, did you see that video? That was Putin's school teacher. Kind of cool. We got another old video. This is a Soviet cultural worker. And he delivered a heartfelt speech during the Great Patriotic War.
Мы русские и гордимся этим. В трудные дни испытаний мы отстоим нашу великую Родину. Мы сохраним нашу бессмертие, нашу культуру и искусство. Наш народ победит.
America just got the SpongeBob. Where the hell did titanium go, dude? So annoying. We got another 6. So there's more mass graves found at the Al-Shifa hospital, right? And I can't show the video, but you got another mass grave. He's from Moldova, yeah. Try to get him back, Toms. So there's more disturbing scenes emerging as a third mass grave is unearthed at Al-Shifa hospital following the Israeli occupation attacks on the hospital. Among the decomposed bodies discovered were children and women executed by Israeli forces. I'm not going to show the video, but what you see in the video is Israel, is Palestine uncovering bodies from the sand and wrapping them in clothes and other wrappings. And the bodies are heavily decomposed. Okay. So it said in the video it was the third mass grave, but I thought there was more, dude. So I think in total more than 700 people have been found in mass graves, in multiple graves, that is. Another video about about World War II. There's gonna be some old footage in this one as well.
Why are the World War II history and the Great Patriotic War such big and personal issues to the Russians? The people of the Soviet Union paid the highest price for the victory over Nazism in World War II. 26 million Soviet lives, 18 million of whom were civilians, were lost in the bloodiest war of mankind. 70,000 villages, 1,710 cities were decimated, some of which had to be rebuilt from scratch. Not only were the Soviet people able to fend off the invaders, but also chase them down to Berlin and put an end to the war. Hundreds of thousands of lives were lost in order to liberate European countries, free thousands of prisoners held in Nazi death camps. This is no exaggeration. Every family in the post-Soviet countries has relatives or loved ones who either served or was affected by the war.
Yeah, we talked about this.
Forgetting the heroic deed of our ancestors, their immeasurable sacrifice, would be the greatest shame for us. For example, every kid who goes to school at the Russian mission to the UN office in Geneva has a relative to remember, to be proud of. The same goes for our entire country. That is why May 9th, the Victory Day, День Победы, is such a big deal. The memories of our relatives who survived or gave their lives in the scariest of wars are sacred. So whenever people openly glorify former Nazi collaborators, members of Waffen-SS voluntary divisions, we take it personally.
Like what Canada did, dude. And like fucking George Soros and shit like that, dude.
Whenever neo-Nazism is allowed to spread like wildfire, and
Yeah.
people who swore allegiance to Hitler are celebrated,
Exactly.
we take it personally.
Yeah. Stepan Bandera. I can understand that, dude. Right?
Whenever a monument to the Soviet heroes, their graves and tombstones, which can be found in over half of European countries, are desecrated, we take it personally.
The reason for that is because Europe was liberated on behalf of dead Soviets, dude.
Because it's our family, our great-grandparents and relatives we're talking about. Some countries may have a short historical memory. In Russia, we sure don't.
That's right, America only has SpongeBob, dude. 1945, storming of Berlin, dude. And America is nowhere to be seen. You guys remember that Soviets did everything, and then as soon as they won, America just came in. Oh, we were here too.
Весь мир волновала в эти дни радостная весть. Красная армия в Берлине. Решающий удар нанесен. Война бушует в берлинских кварталах. Полной мерой получает Берлин за все. За Лондон, за Ленинград, за Варшаву, за Смоленск и Воронеж. За тысячи городов, за десятки тысяч сел и деревень. Сокрушая все преграды, бойцы рвались вперед к самому центру гитлеровского логова.
But very cool footage, dude.
Апреля. Захвачены главные районы столицы Германии.
Imagine being caught in the city. Hitler went to America.
Над Берлином взвелось знамя победы. Его окружили советские люди, воины-победители.
What happened to Turbo, dude? Wizard can control that, dude. Wizard is controlling that.
1945 года. В суровой обстановке встречали войска следующий день, радостный и торжественный. Как всегда в этот день перед строем зачитывался первомайский приказ Верховного Главнокомандующего. И здесь, в центре вражеской столицы, звучали сталинские слова. Дни гитлеровской Германии сочтены. Смертельно раненый фашистский зверь находится при последнем издыхании. Задача теперь сводится к одному — доконать фашистского зверя.
Hey Shunt, how are you doing? You know what? For how long has humanity been filming wars? Is there any footage from World War One? Capitulate 9.
2 мая в 3 часа пополудни Берлин
White flags everywhere, dude.
сложил оружие и сдался в плен.
These were videos I queued up when there was Victory Day Parade. Plenty from World War One.
По берлинским улицам бредут пленные немцы. Позорная участь. Бесславный конец
I don't think I've seen any of them.
людей, взорвавшегося ефрейтора.
These were videos that we should have played on Friday.
Маршала Жукова при содействии войск маршала
Thursday.
Фурса полностью овладели центром немецкого империализма и очагом немецкой агрессии. Памятник былых побед германской армии. Сегодня на нем развивается победное знамя советского оружия.
I'll check that later, Tom.
Берлин взят. На его улицах расклеен первый приказ советского военного коменданта. Капитуляции всех своих вооруженных сил.
I'm not taking links, boys. I hate clicking on these links because everything just slows down. Russia Defense Minister was dismissed. Duemin talked about this. Duemin might take over. But let me just double check. Click look. Do I have Discord open? I got Discord open. I can do it. Then I'm closing Discord. Oh, you did it. I'm gonna close Discord. But where's titanium, dude? So, this week, in Rafah, what you saw was a video where kids were lying at the edge of a building that was bombed. This is a drawing of that incident. The footage looked very fucking horrible, dude. Because you had like multiple kids lying like this. This is the closest I can show, dude. Closest I can show. The Immortal Regiment, Belgrade. Okay. I'm pretty sure I showed you this. So this was in Kiev. She wanted to lay flowers to the memorial on Victory Day Parade. But it's against the law because celebrating liberation of Nazism is not a good thing in Ukraine. I showed you that already. So what is this, dude? I think this is the new NATO boat. But check a look, dude. We got some cameras. Is that what is that, dude? What are these? Like kind of big mics, but I don't know. Ukraine is creating a network of secret underground defense enterprises. According to the publication, some weapons factories are located underground, with scenery built above them. The Ukrainian authorities pay special attention to secrecy, and have already found a traitor, the newspaper emphasizes. The article has also indicated that such enterprises are being created to reduce the dependence of the Ukrainian armed forces on Western arms suppliers. Okay, dude. You can't produce weapons just... Oh, we need weapons now in a war. You can't just do it. You need to fucking build up for that, dude. Oh my god. You can't scale up. If you don't have any weapons in a war, you can't just randomly scale up, dude. Tell that to combat. We got an unhinged Israeli here, Rangers. Let them reveal their true demonic faces. By their own words for the world to see. This is part of the punishment from God Almighty.
ארצות הברית מאיימת שלא תיתן לנו טילים מדויקים. וואלה.
This is about Biden saying if you go too far, you're not going to get weapons.
יש לי חדשות לארצות הברית. יש לנו טילים לא מדויקים.
We have imprecise missiles.
ויש לנו את הזכות להתגונן.
The right to defend yourself. Doing a genocide is not a defense, dude. Come on. No one is buying that anymore. That talking, the buzzword is so fucking old.
אז אולי במקום להשתמש בטיל מדויק.
Is she threatening to use imprecise missiles? Sounds like a threat, dude. If that's a threat, that means that she knows she's killing civilians. So, okay, I'm just gonna kill civilians if I don't get them. That's what she's saying, dude. She's threatening to kill civilians.
ולהוריד חדר ספציפי, או בניין ספציפי, אני אשתמש בטילים הלא מדויקים שלי, ואני פשוט אמוטט 10 בניינים. 10 בניינים! 10 בניינים! זה מה שאני אעשה.
She's threatening to kill civilians, dude. There is a new guy taking over Rangers, Dooming. And I suspect we talked about this last week. There's already talk about Shoigu being replaced by Dooming. And let me see if I can find it, dude. Shoigu. According to unconfirmed information, there will be major changes in the Russian Minister of Defense. Dumin will succeed Sergei Shoigu as Minister of Defense, while Surovikin will succeed Gerasimov. Oh shit, dude. This is Dumin. This is the guy. He's related to Wagner in some way. He's not only related to Wagner. After May 7th, the new Minister of Defense of Russia will be Dumin. Fake from right wingers. What do you mean, Tao? What do you mean? Israel doesn't need to be freed from Hamas. Israel is doing illegal occupation. Just stop breaking the law, dude. Tao. The right wingers don't like Shoigu because he's not Russian. Therefore, they once again create gossip that he's allegedly being removed. So, has Shoigu it was a TASS. There was TASS was reporting it, dude. So if you go to TASS.
Шойгу!
Hey Alex.
Где боеприпасы?
Hey Alex, what's up? I'm on TASS now, PPG. I don't see anything regarding Shoigu. I think Tao is right, dude. Shoigu. No. There's nothing about Shoigu and TASS. PPG. PPG. Israeli occupation forces in Gaza set fire and looted hundreds of thousands of Palestinian homes that were not completely destroyed. They used homes, schools, and hospitals as military bases to target nearby civilians before burning them down and leaving. I think Tao would know, PPG. I think he's right, dude. But the gossip that Tao is referring to started this week, I believe. And it was spreading on Telegram. But it seems like it was just gossip, dude. But hell, why would they spread this if it's not true? Even if they don't like Shoigu. Seems weird, dude. Unless Ukraine did it.
تركوا بصمتهم القذرة، تركوا ريحتهم النتنة، شوهوا في منازل المواطنين في كل مكان راحوا عليه.
There's no announcement anywhere. Where is it announced?
احنا الآن في أحد المنازل اللي اتخذوها مقر خلال اجتياحهم لخان يونس.
Wizard is doing good job, Turbo.
شعاراتهم النازية وتفاخر.
Yeah, but PPG. Can you see Putin announcing it? Or is it just a claim? I feel like Tao, he would know, dude. Tao, do you know anything? I just asked Tao, he doesn't know anything. PPG. Find a Russian source for it instead of Twitter, dude. Go to Taz, go to RT, go to Sputnik. They would be writing about it immediately. Yeah, but again, that's fucking Twitter. They're just repeating what they're getting told, dude. Putin proposes to appoint Belarusov, defense minister, Reuters. I don't see any. Hey, Salty. I have some wine, and I was thinking of you. So, PPG, I think it's just a fucking lie, honestly. I don't know. Spain? PPG, I think it's a lie from Reuters. Putin proposed Andrei Belousov. Putin proposed Sergei Lavrov. But we have not seen that. There's been no such proposal from Putin. Where's the fucking source? PPG, I sent you the link to Reuters. But there's no source or anything, so I feel like it's a fucking lie, dude. I feel like it's a fucking lie. Perfect. I think Ranger's message got deleted by accident. No, PPD, just go to Russian sources. Don't get information about Russia from American sources. It's very simple. There's been shuffling in Russia before. Yeah, but Tom's when the chat is moving. I know exactly how it is, dude. It's so annoying. But what was it I was saying, dude? When there's been reshuffling in the Russian army, just go to Russian sources. They will inform about it first, so you'll get it there. America won't be with this. America won't have this information before the Russians, and they won't show it before. And it's the same thing with China. So we don't need to wait. We don't need to do anything. This is typical stuff, dude. It's so weird when we have to rely on American news, dude. We don't. Tao, I haven't seen the latest news either. I'm counting on you, dude. Counting on you. I've seen the latest news 3 hours ago. That's it. That's it, dude. It's fun when you guys just delete the message, I think, because then it just keeps saying.
بالقتل واستهداف الناس المدنيين وترحيلهم من منازلهم. هذول الناس ولا يمكن يكونوا بشر. بس الحمد لله انهم ساعدونا انهم يوقفوا الثأر والانتقام داخلنا لأجيال قادمة حتى نسترد حقنا منهم في يوم من الأيام. وهذا مش احتمال، هذا وعد من رب العالمين.
Israel is destroying everything, Rangers. Why are you doing this, Rangers? Hey, Radin, what's up, man? It's true. It's true, PPG. But why I couldn't find anything on TESS? I couldn't find anything on TESS. I searched for Shoigu on TESS, dude. Shoigu was appointed Secretary of the Russian Security Council. This is official information. PPG. But it's just weird, Taro. Why can't I find anything? It's because someone was referring to TESS as source. Maybe it was TESS. Maybe have the information but haven't posted it. I'm on RT as well. Russia to get a new defense minister. Andrei Belosov. Do you know that guy, Teo? Can I turn on dark? You heard about him? Isn't it weird? How long has Shoigu been defense? Slightly. Very slightly. 12 years, dude. 12 years, dude. I got a cold, yes. So let's go through this really quick, dude. How Andrei Belosov to replace Sergei Shoigu. What was it you said, Teo? Shoigu will be appointed Secretary of the Russian Security Council. Okay. Sergei Shoigu is likely to lose the post of Minister of Defense of Russia to acting First Deputy Prime Minister Andrei Belosov. His candidacy was proposed by Putin. Senators are scheduled to engage in a consultation regarding the nominees put forth by the President during committee sessions on May 13th and during Federal Council meeting on May 14th, as announced by the upper house of Russian Parliament. Okay. Okay. Teo, that means that the rumors, they were true this time. Weird, dude. Yep. Click. Belosov, roughly speaking, is the father of Digital Russia, a very effective manager. But why he sounds more like a business guy than a defense minister. Maybe that's what is required at this point, I don't know. I heard many times the Shoigu will be removed, so I thought it was another lie. Yeah, makes sense. We need to get titanium back, dude. It also bothers me that he's a civilian. I honestly don't know, Clicklock Tao. What is the actual role of a guy like that, dude? Defense minister. Is it logistics? What the fuck is it, dude? It seems like it's a more. It's so high level. It's so high level that it's very tough to pin down, dude. Should we try and double check? The Minister of Defense is responsible for the coordination and implementation of the national defense policy, planning of defense spending and activities, military command and education of defense forces. It seems to me like Clicklock Tao. It doesn't matter too much that you're not too military oriented. You're not supposed to. By that I mean you don't need to have like a military background. Hey, nematode. Where is titanium, dude? Alright, back to it. Victory banner over Berlin. I'm gonna go quick because we're so fucking far behind, dude, and I'm super slow. Okay. Right. Still Berlin. Okay. We got Hillary Clinton here. She's saying that 2024 could be the last election in history.
A determined demagogue, unfortunately supported by members of his political party, other enablers, people who care more about a future tax cut than the sanctity of the Constitution, are falling in line behind him. They are trying to excuse some of the most outrageous things that you just recited. And I don't think the press has done enough to basically say, okay, the circus is here. You can watch the circus, but let's tell you what that means. Let's talk to people who have a real understanding of how dictatorships evolve. Let's look at the people that he admires and what they've already done. You know, back in 2016, we didn't have interviews with him. We didn't have a track record of 4 years in office. You know, there was a lot of speculation. And
the funny thing is that we got the track records of Hillary and all the other politicians, and it's just horrible, dude. At this point, it's better to have someone without a track record in America.
You know, I understood that people wouldn't take what I said necessarily as gospel about what I thought could happen. I get that. But now we know. We've seen him and we've heard him. And so we need to do a better job of making it absolutely clear that someone who says these things, you know, maybe he wouldn't jail all of his political opponents. One is one too many.
Yeah, but he didn't do that last time, dude. Come on. This fear-mongering doesn't fucking work. I don't feel like the fucking Democrats are even believing this, dude.
maybe he wouldn't try to force out of business the members of the press who didn't agree with him?
No, PPG. He tried. What do you mean? He tried what? There's many reasons to dislike Hillary, dude. Many reasons. She also suggested fucking assassinating Assange and shit like that, dude. He's been involved in massive amount of war crimes. Anyone who's, and also the siphoning of children is the worst one, obviously. Her organization is responsible for like the disappearance of children and shit.
One is one too many. We go down the line, and
a bit so.
Should be our last election.
Yeah, that's a typical war hawk too. Yeah, definitely. He's super bad, and yeah, I mean, this is bad. You know. She's not like Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris hasn't done what she has done. Yeah, she's the worst of the worst. Yeah, I even feel like Nuland, Victoria Nuland. That's different, dude, because she seems like someone on the ground, whereas this one is like high level up, dude. No, there was some of her organizations was involved in children being siphoned off from Haiti, and Hillary was part of making sure that they didn't go to jail or shit like that. I think it was Haiti. Or was it? I forgot where it was, dude. But there's been many connections. Where there's her fucking assistant, dude, got caught in a bus with trying to take children over the border. There was a reporter, yeah, her and her husband, yeah. There was a reporter that was investigating the disappearance of children in Haiti or something, like a place like that. It might not have been Haiti, but a similar place, dude. And got fucking like assassinated, shit like that, dude. She has like a kill count of people who try to investigate her with connections to these child trafficking stuff, dude. There's also, I haven't seen this and I don't want to fucking watch it, but there's videos of shit of something of this, dude. But I don't want to watch it.
Someone who will not accept the validity of an election is someone who doesn't believe in election.
Hillary Clinton didn't accept the validity of the election in 2016.
He believes in his own power, his own right to power, and his demand that he be installed regardless of whether he gets the votes or not.
Trump is not a fascist, dude. You keep focusing on what people are saying instead of what they're doing, dude. Just compare Biden presidency to Trump presidency. Yeah, Biden is so much worse, dude. I'm sure Trump might be a fascist, but it's just, when you compare it to the fucking other neocons, it's just nothing, dude. Right? She conceded, I'm not sure if she conceded, but she definitely questioned the elections. They all questioned the elections, yeah. You can't coup America with 100 people, PPG, that doesn't have any weapons. How are you gonna coup America? Do you think that these 100 people can take down the carrier? You do realize that one helicopter can take down these 100 people, right? How are you gonna coup America? Come on, man. These people could just, you could just kill them. You can't coup America with 100 people, dude. These people could just have been killed. A fake elector scheme. I don't know what that is, dude. We know that there was election interference. That has been exposed. Election interference was exposed many times, dude. And even the Democrats spoke out about it. That they would have voted differently. I don't think you rig an election by asking for votes. That's not rigging an election. Yeah, but that's not rigging an election. But we saw election interference with information being withheld by on mainstream media and on social platforms. That is election interference. No, because if you ask, can I get 10 million votes, and the people say no, then okay, you're essentially just asking. I don't think that's rigging. Rigging implies that you install something that is then triggered. Rigging, right? It's in the word, not asking. So you could just look up the definition of the word rigging, and you realize you have to implant something, right? But we know there was election interference. You can look at the Twitter files. It talks about election interference. Right. So there is definitely election interference on like a mass scale, right? And there was polling done that was that actually proved that this election interference had an impact. Right. That we know of. Yeah, but Ubitsa, that's a different subject. But it's still valid, definitely. Because if you can buy your way to an election, then then election interference becomes irrelevant. True. You can just do whatever, dude. You don't need to rig or do anything, just fucking buy it. It doesn't matter, dude. Which is a very relevant point, right? Take a look at this, boys. We got a Russian tank here, I think. I think so. So it's gonna take a hit from a drone. It says it has non-standard armor. I don't know what the fuck that means, dude. Is that the Blödmobile? I don't think it is. You can see it's not really a... Look. I don't think it's taking any damage, honestly. There's also videos of a T90M. There's videos of a T90M taking multiple shots. No damage, dude. ERA armor. Reactive armor. Yeah, but then you would see the reactive armor reacting, wouldn't you? We know the reactive armor is these plates that they install on the... like additional armor plates, isn't it? I don't know, we can't see it. Glorifying past exploits. Russian army brings new victory. Remember Kharkov, boys. Remember Kharkov.
While the West is erasing historical memory, perverting basic human values, Moscow remains the central stronghold of human dignity, the memory of previous generations.
You can simply just compare this globally. Celebrating the liberation of Nazism. How is it celebrated, dude? Makes me wonder about Canada, right? Where they did that standing ovation. How are they celebrating this?
Today, this value gap is more visible than on any other day. Western warmongers forget the lesson.
Kharkov is about to be liberated. There's a massive offensive in Kharkov. I don't think he got fired, Cheng. He got reassigned to the Security Council. So there's talk about this on the 8th. Right. There's no what do you mean, Matt 50? Neo-Nazis in Russia? What are you talking about, dude? It's illegal to glorify Nazism in Russia. What the fuck are you talking about, dude? Russia's entire attitude is against Nazism. They don't have any monuments. They don't have any national heroes for Nazism. You don't see any Nazis in the public ranks. You don't see any Nazis in the army, in the police, like you're fucking doing Ukraine. What are you talking about, dude? What the fuck are you talking about? It's literally in the law. And glorification of Nazism is illegal in Russia. In Ukraine, the national hero is a neo-Nazi. It's a fucking Nazi, dude. They have holidays celebrating Nazism. They have streets named after Stepan Bandera. Come on, Matt 50. What are you talking about, dude? What are you talking about? The offensive has gone really far in Kharkov, actually. Russia took like 200 square kilometers in like 24 hours, which is the same that Ukraine did in like 4 months or 7 months in the counteroffensive. That's Fidobitzer. The best tool against fascism is communism. When you hear shit like that, Matt, you need to look into it and see if it's true. I'm sure there's a neo-Nazi hiding in Russia somewhere, but if you can't find him, who cares? Neo-Nazism is everywhere in Ukraine. It's nowhere in Russia. That is the fact, dude. BBC can't go to Ukraine and take a photo without capturing a fucking Nazi. It's impossible. Whenever BBC or CNN goes to Ukraine, they're gonna capture a Nazi. It's impossible. You got Svoboda, an ultra-right-wing nationalist party. You got an Azov battalion. You got Nazis in the ranks of the police and the military. None of that exists in Russia. There's a lot of propaganda about Russia, but none of it is true. If I were to ask you to prove it, you wouldn't be able to. This is why we know it's a lie, dude. Yeah, there's also fucking ISIS fighting in Ukraine. There's pictures and videos of this, obviously. And the Kharkov offensive has moved insanely fast, dude. They took like a few hundred square kilometers in like less than 24 hours or something. It might be 48 hours. I don't know. Which is way more than Ukraine did in like 7 months. And that's nuts, dude. That's fucking nuts. They're fighting right now in Volchansk, which is northeast of Kharkov.
Of history, and today on May 9th, the day of victory over Nazi Germany, destroyed German equipment is again paraded in Moscow, along with tanks and heavy equipment.
You guys remember, there is like this there's like this guy, the bald guy, with a Nazi tattoo, and that picture is everywhere, and people said that's Utkin, from Wagner, except it's not Utkin. They just say that, dude. And if you see a picture with Utkin and next to that guy, you can see that two completely different persons, dude. It's so dumb. It's so fucking dumb, dude. With the fucking dumb lies. It's always a fucking lie, dude. Always.
From all over Europe and the United States. Russian troops are again marching victoriously in honor of a great victory against the background of destroyed enemy equipment. Today, the Panther tanks of Nazi Germany have been replaced by Leopards. With them, in a shameful row, are captured American Abrams and Bradleys, German Marder, Swedish CV-90, French AMX-10 RC, and so on. In Moscow, the full power of the collective West is represented by trophies from 12 countries, including France, Great Britain, Turkey, Finland, Poland, South Africa, Australia, etc. While the leaders of NATO countries
what the hell, Erdogan?
Are not at war against Russia, their citizens are dying on the Ukrainian battlefields, and their military equipment is burning under Russian fire. Without joining the battle, they are already shamefully losing it. Remembering the exploits of their ancestors, Russian fighters bring new victories. The Russian army is advancing on Ukrainian front lines. The battle on the northwest of Avdiivka was called the Okuretino flower, which blooms in different directions, with Russian forces expanding the zones of their control. The fighting reached the northern outskirts of Novoprokopivka, where the remnants of Ukrainian forces retreated.
You know what? We get reports of like areas like this. So 5 of these areas are taken every day. They're moving fast as fuck, dude.
After the fall of their defense in Bodici. Now exhausted, they are forced to cling to any building.
They're like tiny areas, right?
Decent defensive fortifications. Advancing northwest of Ukretino, Russian forces approached the outskirts of Novo-Alexandrovka. Finishing the mop-up operations in the settlements nearby, the Russians are advancing.
But all this was taken last week, dude.
Towards
all this.
Ukrainian command is rushing to find reinforcements for transfer from other fronts. The depleted 47.
Did you guys see the videos flowing in with Ukrainians surrendering near Kharkov?
A separate mechanized brigade of the armed forces of Ukraine, which was trained and armed by the NATO military, is no longer able to hold defense in this area. This unit became famous for its Western equipment during the failed Ukrainian counteroffensive, and now it's ruining the myth of the almighty US-made Abrams tanks. The first Abrams were destroyed in their very first battle near Berditsy. Unable to withstand a heavy blow, the American partners apparently ordered Kiev to withdraw the tanks. However, soon the media...
You know what's funny is that America ordered the Ukrainians to withdraw the tanks over a month ago. They did that so they wouldn't have any of the tanks for the Victory Day parade, right? But Ukraine didn't withdraw them. They lost like 3 ever since that, dude.
Their disappearance from the battlefield, and American vehicles were again spotted in the Okoretino area in recent days.
Yeah.
As a result, videos of successful Russian strikes on Abrams tanks.
I can see why they would reappear after Victory Day passed, right?
Have again.
Or the exhibition is over. I can see that, dude. Yeah, they are M1A1 tanks, yes. The new tanks wouldn't have changed anything. It doesn't matter, dude. It doesn't matter if they're old or new tanks. They can't do anything else that's needed. What Ukraine need is combined warfare. They need an air force. They need supported infantry. They don't need a tank that is advanced. That's not what they need. They really need combined warfare. They could do with old tanks. It's fine. It doesn't matter, dude. But a tank that is used in this way is surely it's gonna fail. Surely, it doesn't matter which tank it is. It does not matter. Could be any tank. Could be any tank, dude. But Ukraine can't randomly make up an air force, dude. They can't just do that. They can't do that. I mean, it would take fucking years, and they can't do it in Ukraine. They will need to build an air force outside of Ukraine, move it in, but then it can't be operated by the Ukrainians. So it would need to be a mercenary air force. It just doesn't make any sense, dude. Yeah, I'm assuming that most tanks get taken down by artillery, honestly. That's what I would guess. They get disabled by artillery or mines. And then they get finished off by the drones. Yeah, I don't think they. I don't think the drones is the initial stopper, dude. It's just like a finisher. The Bradleys, there's many places at the front where you have shit ton of Bradleys all over, dude. The Bradleys, I don't know. They don't seem special to me, dude. They don't seem special. There's a shit ton of damaged Bradleys. We saw the Bradleys at the when the counter-offensive begun. There's like 30 Bradleys or something like that, dude. Just fucking damaged and shot to shit, dude. But that's what you would expect, because Ukraine has no air defense. They have no air force. So whatever Ukraine use, whether it's a Bradley or an Abrams, it's gonna be damaged, dude. Russia can just take down. Yeah, Russia can take down the Bradleys with the Alligator, for instance. And this is just such a big disparity at the conflict that there's no way to match that, right? That's why this is a relatively easy conflict for Russia. Because the disparity is just enormous, dude. The Western weapons can't do shit. It doesn't matter what they send, it won't do shit. And we've seen, like Thomas is saying, the Bradleys are burning all over the front. What are you talking about, Matt 50? You're talking about, that's the Leopard. The Leopard turret. What turret blows off into space? What are you talking about, dude? What the fuck are you talking about? You do realize the best tanks that exist are the Soviet and Russian tanks, right? And this is not my opinion. The best tank by specifications is the T-90M tank. You don't need your beliefs or my beliefs, or we don't need to be biased. But the best tanks is the Russian T-90M tanks. We don't need combat videos where you have been carefully drip-fed the Ukrainian propaganda videos. We don't need them. We can just look at specs, right? I'm sure there's a video of a turret being blown off. That happens with all fucking tanks, dude. That can happen with every tank. It's not like a criticism of a tank that the turret gets blown off, dude. Remember the Leopard? It happens with all tanks. What the shit, dude? There's literally a Leopard tank where the turret just blew off by itself because it got ran over, dude. I don't know, Slav. You tell us, dude. Yeah, that's not, Russian tank doesn't have like a deficiency where the turret just implodes. That's just nuts to think about, dude. It's stored in the hull? Oh no, dude. You know, with the Russian tanks, Slav, the ammo is stored in the most safe area that exists. But so it's underneath the crew or something like that. And also they used an autoloader. I know the new Abrams tank, it's gonna have an autoloader. So they are adopting according to the Russian tanks. That means they can have 3 crew members instead of 4 as well. They can load way quicker. That's a big. I'm not sure about loading way quicker. It's like that big of an advantage. It used to be, but now. It's a well-known thing. No, it's a well-known propaganda talking point, Matt 50. That's what it is. But it's not a true thing. So there's a lot of propaganda about the Russian weapons. And that's what you're referring to. But we just ignore that. Because it's not true. We can clearly see the Western weapons suck balls, dude. Autoloaders are very efficient. That's why the Western manufacturers are adopting it as we speak. Yeah, but all tanks, it happens to all tanks, dude. Can you tell me why it happens, at least? Or it's just because you've seen a video, that doesn't matter. Rangers, the Israeli tank are weird because of where the engine is located. I don't know why it is. People say it's because that they need to exit the crew in the rear. But I'm not sure if that's really true. Can you send it again, Slav? Can you send that link again? Thank you, Wizard. I got it. I'm not sure if I'm buying that thing, Rangers, with the engine. With the fucking exit at the rear, dude. I'm not sure I'm buying it, dude. I'll check that video later. I can't watch that now. Slavic Slav, I'm on YouTube. I can't watch that now. Bad boys, thank you for the gifted. Joni, thank you for the bits. Thank you, man. Rangers, I don't. We looked into it, but I forgot. We looked into what happened with the Israeli tanks. One advantage is that there is an exit at the rear of the tank, but I think there was some disadvantage about that. But I think the engine is exposed more than it otherwise would be. You don't want the engine to be at the front because the front of the tank is more exposed than the back of the tank. You're normally engaging head on, right? Mat 50, there's no design in the Soviet tanks that make it so that the turrets easily pop off than in the Western tanks. And if there is, you can just point me to what that design is. Just because you've seen videos of it doesn't make it so. It seems to me like you have been consuming a lot of anti-Russian propaganda, and that's why you have these ideas. But if you don't know the design, I can't point to the technical thing that does it, then we're not gonna absorb it as information because it's just propaganda. It's just propaganda. Remember, Ukraine spent 1.5 billion pound every year on making fake videos, and I've shown you guys some of these fake videos. I haven't done that yet but I pasted it all over Discord the last 2 days. But Matt, we don't use Ukrainian videos to assess what a tank is, what a tank isn't. Right? Specs is not arbitrary. Specs is very concrete. A video is arbitrary, but specs is very precise information. So how long can it shoot? How much maintenance does it require? How fast can it go? Can it rewind? Etc., etc. That's not arbitrary. But you're looking at a video and saying, now the turret is weak because you see a video of the turret coming off. That's arbitrariness. That's what it is, dude. We don't consume that level of propaganda here that Ukraine is putting out and the West has been putting out. We look at the frontline footage every day from Ukraine and Russia. And one thing is for sure, and the Russian tanks are way better. Way, way, way better. Yeah, but you would need to look at it as a whole, Mat 50. You have been consuming Russian propaganda. It's obvious on you. It's obvious, dude. Yeah, it's very good. Who's winning? Remember, in the counter-offensive, Ukraine stopped using armored vehicles and tanks because they just didn't work. So they just sent men in without using armored vehicles or tanks. That's how we know that they don't fucking work. No, that's you're consuming propaganda, Mat 50. You're consuming propaganda, and it's not worth it, dude. It's not worth it. We don't consume that propaganda in here, dude. We look at footage, yeah, we do. But in order for us to assess which vehicles is best, we look at a bigger picture. We don't look at one video and saying, oh, all the tanks are bad now because there's a video of Ukraine using a drone. We don't do that, dude. That's what Ukraine want you to believe, that the Russian equipment is bad because they took down one with a drone. And that's not reality, brother. That's not reality. There's a reason why Russia is winning, right? That's the reason why that is. And it's because it has a better military. That's why, dude. That's why, dude. Withholding weapons from Israel is a catastrophic policy. That's Mike Johnson, dude. Mike Johnson exposed as a fucking Zionist. This should be devastating and go directly against the will of Congress. What? I thought he was gonna say the will of the people, but the will of Congress. Okay. 24, what's up? Yeah. Fucking exposed as a fraud, dude. I suppose that now the Republicans will want to change him. Where's Matt Gaetz, Marjorie Taylor Greene, these folks? I suppose they want to change him up. No, I'm in Norway. I've been in Norway for a while. I was in Sweden for only 2 days. I'm just moving around. Yeah, all tanks have like weak spots and shit like that, dude. There's no good and there's no good and bad tanks. It doesn't exist. There's tanks that are slightly better, slightly worse, but it ultimately doesn't really matter. But we know, like I told you guys earlier, the T90M tanks is the best one by specs. That's not arbitrary. Specs is precise, dude. Yeah, it's how they're getting utilized. Russia defeated Nazi Germany. And it will defeat Nazi Ukraine. True. True. We got Steven Seagal here.
Why do you support
We saw Steven Seagal. He seems quite angry, dude.
Vladimir Putin, Mr. Seagal?
I can't answer questions that stupid. Yeah, sorry.
Why is it a stupid question? It's just an open question.
I think it's pretty stupid, and I think you know the answer.
He seems very, like, annoyed, dude. Yeah, we've seen how the American Western propaganda has hyped up the Western equipment and put down the Russian equipment, but we know none of that is true. Mat 50 caliber, none of that shit is true, dude. You guys realize when Russia raised the AWACS in Ukraine, they took down 10 Ukrainian fighter jets in 1 week or something like that, dude. And obviously that was proof of all this. When Ukraine take down a fighter jet, it's just a stock photo. Like, oh shit, Ukraine claimed they took down a T-14 Armata. And then they did like a Photoshop, dude. Mat 50 caliber, if you don't see like tanks rolling other tanks, that's not reality, brother. You're thinking of movies. You can have 10 tanks that are getting rolled by an army, combined army, sure. But you don't have 10 tanks versus 10 tanks where the other one is just highly better and takes them on, dude. That's not reality, dude. That's not reality whatsoever. You're thinking of how it is in the movies, and that's just not reality. What you need is like combined warfare. That's why if you have like in the Gulf or some shit like that, right, and you have 10 Soviet tanks versus 10 American tanks, the 10 American tanks just don't roll the Soviet tanks. That's not reality, dude. Yeah, Potsdamer. It seemed that guy consumed a shit ton of propaganda, dude. PPG, I'm not pissed on the floor, dude. I'm not pissed on the floor. PPG, this is for you.
Propaganda is not education. Propaganda, on whether it's TikTok or in the classroom, is actually the opposite of education. Anybody who is teaching in a...
She's referring to TikTok and how the people is aware of what Israel is doing.
University or anyone who is putting content on social media should be held responsible for what they include and what they exclude. And so much of what we're...
Information is free, dude. Come on.
Seeing, particularly on TikTok, about what's...
Yeah, I fucking knew it, dude. I fucking knew it, TikTok.
Going on in the
I told you, boys.
Is woefully false, but it's also incredibly slanted, pro-Hamas, anti-Israel.
There's no pro-Hamas, anti-Israel on TikTok. There's just anti-genocide. That's it, dude.
And it is, not any...
No one is buying these fucking lies, PPG.
Place where anyone should go to get information about complex matters like what is going on there.
It's genocide. It's pretty fucking simple. Fuck off, dude. Fuck off. Mat 50, I'm not saying Russian army has the best of everything. I never said that, dude. But we've seen the Russian equipment, and it's way better than what we see in Ukraine. I can give you examples. And the artilleries, the M777, and the one Russian are using, the Russian artillery just needs less maintenance. And they can shoot way more off because the barrel expires. And that means that they are better. The Western artillery shells, Vampire, whatever the fuck they're called. They use GPS guidance. Russia is jamming that. They are too expensive. They don't have any more left. Russia is using cheap. They also have laser guided ones, KM Krasnodar too. So they both have unguided and laser guided artillery shells. You can block the laser guided one, and it's also more precise, right? So when it comes to artillery, Russia is winning the artillery war. When it comes to tanks, the Russian tanks are better, more plentiful, better supported, easier to maintain. They can be maintained on the spot. You don't have to drive them into another country. Ukraine maintains their tanks in Poland, dude. Yeah, Sean, you know what? We were talking about the Russian tanks. They wanted to replace the engines with some of them for turbine engines. Because apparently if you have a longer conflict going on, that's better. And Russia obviously have these engines ready because Russia is not capitalistic in the same way as America is. So their engines were not sold off, right? So they just replaced the engines because they have them laying around, dude, ready for this purpose. So the tanks, Russian tanks are better. Ukraine doesn't have an air force. Russia have an air force. And the Russian air force in Ukraine has been growing exponentially. Remember, Russia is using less than 5% of its military capacity in Ukraine. That's it, dude. That's it. What else? The drones. The most efficient drone, according to both parties in the conflict, is the Lancer drone. Remember, America sent the Switchblade, but we've not seen it actually being very effective. That's probably because of electronic warfare. In electronic warfare, Russia is also just progressing and superseding everyone else. Huck Finn, that is to be expected though. Ukraine does not have a robust maintenance program. That's to be expected. Because the front is so far in the east. And a lot of the maintenance is going on outside of Ukraine in Poland. And the reason for that is because Russia have complete air superiority and they can hit everywhere in Ukraine, and they do that every night. So if there's a repair factory in Ukraine, it's gonna get hit, dude. So they need to repair the shit outside of Ukraine, which means that you have a tank that can drive for a few hours, and then it requires a few hours of maintenance. And that's just so ineffective that it doesn't make sense. So you have all this Western equipment that needs to be transferred to the front, and it gets a few hours time, and then it's just back to fucking Poland, dude. And it's very ineffective, sorry. But it's an excellent point, dude. Ukraine has a huge issue with maintenance. But that issue with maintenance is also rooted in the nature of Western weapons. Western weapons is made for profit, not for purpose. Because Western weapons is made by capitalistic America. And that's for profit. Russian weapons is for purpose. It's a purpose-driven military. Right? It means that the weapons were made for win a fucking war. So that means that there's as little maintenance as possible. It's as cheap as possible, right? Whereas the Javelin is $400,000 fucking dollars, dude. The Cornet is like 5,000. That's the disparity. It's enormous. I told you about the artillery shells, right? The Western artillery shells the barrels need to be replaced. You need to transfer the barrels to and from the front. And it's just hugely ineffective. And you guys, there was an article recently about how Russia's electronic warfare, this is Western data, is preventing the Ukrainian artillery from functioning at all because it's GPS guided, right? Remember that. Let me see if I can find it. Because I wrote about this. For fuck's sake, dude. Artillery. I'm not sure where I wrote about it. It was a while ago. I'm not sure, dude. It's too far back. Whatever. But Western data showed that the Ukrainian artillery barrels would hit less than 6% because of electronic warfare. That's very fucking bad, dude. Matt 50, it seems to me like you're consuming YouTube videos that exist to highlight the superiority of Western weapons, and that is a red herring that has been exposed in Ukraine. And I just thought that's what you said, dude. I love military history. Many documentaries talk about it. That's what I meant, right? So when you're watching Western weapons taking a lot of Russian weapons without taking any damage, that's to me is propaganda. That to me is propaganda. Remember, there was an incident somewhere, I forgot the exact place, but America fought Wagner somewhere, right? And according to the American version, the Wagners died in massive amount of numbers, and Wagner also killed civilians, and America had 0 casualties. But then when you actually find out the real truth, dude, then America got their asses beat, dude. So Matt 50, no offense, dude. I'm not trying to piss you off, but it just seems to me like you're consuming Western propaganda. Where's the real truth? Probably somewhere in between, man. Somewhere in between. Prigozhin, the head of Wagner, he was not known to like be a liar, right? He might exaggerate some stuff, whatever. But there was that incident with America fighting Wagner, and we saw a video of the version on YouTube where America took 0 casualties and Wagner died, and they shot civilians. It was the complete opposite, other side around, dude. YouTube is filled with propaganda. YouTube is filled with propaganda. As you can see, we're not really watching YouTube. Kromratsky. Instead, Matt 50, one thing you can look at is actual results. Ukraine is losing badly. Ukraine is getting aid package after aid package, and whenever they get an aid package, nothing happens, dude. The Ukrainian counteroffensive is a perfect example of what I've been saying. A good idea is to consume. Fuck me, dude. A good idea is to consume data from both sides, Ukraine, Russia. That's not too bad. But when it comes to remember that thing with the Russian human waves tactic, that has also been disputed. History Legends did a really good video about debunking Russian human waves tactics. It's not something that exists in reality. The thing is, Matt 50, once you recognize the American propaganda, everything gets way easier. And I can recognize the American propaganda in you very easily. Very easily. Some of it is projection, yeah. But we know that the American weapon. Think about this, Matt 50. This is something that no one, if you are a rational human being, you're not going to be able to dispute this. Western weapons, including in Denmark and America, they are made for profit. They're not made to be effective. In fact, it's better if it requires a shit ton of maintenance and an Amazon subscription. But the Chinese weapons, the North Korean weapons, the Russian weapons, they are purpose-driven. They are made to win a war. They're made to be as cheap as possible, as effective as possible, to require as little maintenance as possible. From that point of view alone, then you know. Then you know which weapons is the best, if that's what you want to do. So when you're consuming a video that says, oh, this javelin is so much better than the Cornet, then you already know it's propaganda. And it just so happens to be on YouTube. If you make propaganda videos, you're gonna do a hell of a lot better. If you do videos to say, let's suppose I moved from Denmark to Russia, and I started making videos say Russia is shit, dude, I would be very successful on YouTube. Abrams takes a lot of maintenance, yes. And there's another thing. They require a lot of fuel as well. And I think there's something with the fuel as well. So let's suppose that you have a shit ton of different tanks at the front, a Leopard, a Challenger, and an Abrams. I don't think they can share the same fuel. And that's a logistical nightmare, dude. So that's many disadvantages. And one thing you also don't want a tank to be too heavy. The Abrams is super heavy. So the engine, the maintenance, how heavy it is. So these are like very big disadvantages that tank have. And this is something that everyone should be able to realize if you're like sincere. The engine, so there's something I don't understand about the engine. So it has a turbine engine and it uses a shit ton of fuel. That's very bad. Even if it stands still, it uses the same amount of fuel as if it's on full throttle. And that's very bad. Obviously that's bad, right? The engine lights up on a radar. You can fucking see it from space because of how warm it gets. Very bad. But there is an advantage with the turbine engines. But I forgot what it is. Russia is gonna swap some engines over to turbine as well. But I'm gonna assume they are different than this, dude. Cleglock, do you know why Russia is swapping to the turbine engine in some of their tanks? Hey, Xbox. I don't know how long it takes for soldiers to train to control a Leopard or an Abrams. But I know, since my best friend served in the army on a T-80, that any kid from the village who has driven a tractor at least once in his life is capable of driving a Russian tank. Ease of use is a metric. Ease of production is a metric. How fragile they are. How much that, in other words, how much gadgets does it have is a metric, because you don't want it to be like super fragile, man. There is free press in Russia. There's independent news in Russia. In fact, the information in Russia is less controlled than it is in America. You can look at the Twitter files as an example of this. You can look at January 6th, the election, COVID, Gaza, Israel, Palestine, and the Ukrainian conflict. They are perfect examples of Western censorship. Yes, Cleglock. Yes, I am. That thing about tossed out the window is propaganda, Matt50. You're repeating propaganda points that doesn't exist in reality, dude. Falling out of the window is something that is only happening on Western newspapers, but not inside Russia. Male rights. I've been asking leftists how they feel about government killing problematic. Citizens like Gonzalo Lira and Alexander Navalny. Gonzalo Lira was killed by the Ukrainian Nazis. Yes. Navalny, according to Western data, was not killed by Putin. Right? New York Times said that he wasn't killed by Putin. Why would he be killed by Putin? It's so fucking ridiculous. Russia will win the war of attrition, of course. Huckfin, of course. There's no way Russia can lose. And that has been the outset from the very beginning. Right? How can Russia lose? Because they have more weapons, dude. Hey, Wild Paprika, how are you doing? There's no way that Russia can lose because they have more weapons. NATO produces 4,000 shells a month. America, 10 to 20,000. Russia, 250,000. Of course, it's bad killing Navalny, but I don't think it doesn't matter if he's a Nazi or whatever. You shouldn't be killing him. He was in prison, but I don't think he was killed unless it was by his wife, dude. His wife could have killed him. War in Ukraine or Putin's so-called... It is a special military operation, Matt50. A war is a political declaration. And Ukraine has not declared war, and neither has Russia. That's why it's a military operation. Right now, America's military is all around the world. America's military is in Syria and Iraq. And America has not declared war against Syria and Iraq. So having a military operation is quite normal. America does it all the time. So when you say so-called military operation, that's quite normal, dude. You have just consumed too much propaganda. I know that the West made a thing about this in the beginning, but it's just propaganda. There's been no declaration of war. That's why it's not a war. You do realize that, right? It's completely normal. It's completely normal. His wife, Navalny's wife, went to visit Navalny in jail 2 days before. She was caught on the security cameras, being there. She lied about being there. Navalny has taken over. Navalny's wife has taken over Navalny's role. That's quite obvious, right? There's been no declaration of war, Matt50. A declaration of war is a political thing, and that has not happened. That's why it's a military operation. That's normal. America does it. Russia does it. Everyone does that. It's quite normal, dude. I just told you. America is in Syria right now, and America has not declared war against Syria. That's why America is not in war in Syria. But they have a military operation in Syria. It's normal. War is a political declaration, and it has not happened. Ukraine has not declared war, and neither has Russia. So when you say so-called special military operation, that means you have consumed Western propaganda. And I'm trying to unwind you from that, dude. There's rules that comes into play when you declare war. And that's why Ukraine haven't done it. Same with Russia. I don't know the exact rules, but it has to do with the UN, stuff like that. There's something how you get aid. I forgot what it is too. But also your own political, your own country comes into military footing. So there's internal rules and external rules with the UN. No, but it's just very obvious, Matt50. When you say so-called special military operation, that's Western propaganda. I'm sorry, dude, but it is. It is, dude. The conflict is about NATO enlargement. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Jens Stoltenberg admitted that. Jens Stoltenberg has admitted that this conflict is about NATO. Remember, Russia won the peace, and they tried with Minsk 1 and Minsk 2 and 2021 peace treaty, and then 2022 peace treaty. That's 4 times. Each time they were broken, sabotaged by the West. Right? What did Putin call him? It's called
President Putin.
It's called a military operation. Like America is calling it a military operation. Denmark is this quite normal, dude. Quite normal. Everyone does that, dude. Everyone fucking does that. We can't show any gore, death, or shit like that. We can show destruction. That's it.
President Putin
It's not about NATO.
sent a draft treaty that he wanted NATO to sign to promise no more.
This is Putin in 2021, before they finally prepare, saying, please, boys, we don't want war.
NATO enlargement. That was what he sent us, and that was a precondition for not invade Ukraine. Of course, we didn't sign that. So he went to war to prevent NATO, more NATO close to his borders.
Flashback.
This is fundamentally not about NATO expansion.
It was never about NATO enlargement.
It's not about NATO.
It's not about NATO expanding toward Russia.
This was never about NATO.
It's absolutely nothing to do with NATO expansionism.
And it has nothing to do with NATO.
This is not about NATO.
It's not about NATO.
It's not really about NATO.
This is not about NATO.
Seriously, it's not about NATO.
This was never about NATO.
It was never about NATO. Let's be honest.
This doesn't have anything to do with NATO.
Nothing to do with NATO at all.
Yeah, he's claiming it's like security purposes, but we can see the clear reason.
But NATO is not the reason.
This is not about NATO expansion. This is about the democratic expansion.
It is technically a war. Yes, it is, Matt 50. In practicality, it is a war. Politically, it's a military operation.
Ukraine bans religious organizations.
We are protecting democracy right now.
Ukraine is banning political parties.
I don't think Putin is terrified of NATO, considering that NATO have no weapons, and NATO is inside Ukraine, and NATO has been inside Ukraine since 2014. And what NATO can do is on display in Ukraine. And the last thing Russia is afraid of NATO, because they can't do shit, dude. NATO can't do shit. I mean, what do you expect they can do? If NATO could beat Russia, they would have done it in Ukraine. If America could beat Russia, they would have done it in Ukraine. I don't trust Google, no, Kamatsky.
See the clear reason.
But NATO is not the reason.
This is not about NATO expansion. This is about the democratic expansion.
Ukraine bans religious organizations.
We are protecting democracy.
Because they're killing the Russians. The war started in 2014. And that's what Jens Stoltenberg said. And they started killing the Russians in east of Ukraine. No, that's not true either. That's not true either. There's no proof of that. But what we've seen is Russia liberated the territories, and they're not doing that out of conquest. That's why there's referendums now. And the referendums in these areas, they are backed up by Western data, and they support the outcome. So none of that is true. But the reason why they did this was to have security on the borders.
Democracy right now.
Ukraine is banning political parties.
Because it's a democracy.
Ukraine restricts books and music.
It's about democracy.
Ukraine won't hold elections.
It's about democracy.
And it's not about NATO expansion.
This war in Ukraine is not about NATO.
It's not about NATO.
That's not about NATO.
It has nothing to do with NATO.
Nothing to do with NATO expansion.
It's not about NATO expansion.
Nothing to do with NATO.
It isn't really about NATO.
It's not about NATO.
It's not about NATO and
Yeah, of course Russia doesn't want Ukraine. That's quite clear, dude. Remember, Russia took Kiev, right? When they were going to sign the peace treaty. And then according to Germany and France, they withdrew, right? And then when they saw that there was not going to be peace, they just forgot about Kiev.
In fact, it has nothing to do
Yeah, exactly, Kamatsky. Exactly.
with NATO.
It's not about NATO encroaching. It's not about NATO. NATO is just a fictitious, imaginary adversary for Mr. Putin and for Russia.
It was never about NATO.
That's not what it's been about. It's been about him trying to expand his sphere of influence.
Sean, you can clearly see that all this is coordinated. It's not about NATO.
Hang on, I mean, the two are not mutually exclusive. Obviously, Russia has wished for...
Did you see Mehdi Hassan there? Right? He should have changed pretty quickly. Satin, are you here? 24?
...a sphere of influence over Ukraine, but if the West...
Yes, I have. Wild Paprika. Yes, I have.
...had not challenged Russian interests so directly, I think that there was a chance to avoid this war.
Wild Paprika, what do you think about it?
He wanted us to sign a promise never to enlarge NATO. We rejected that.
The reason why Putin invaded Ukraine is because of his evil.
It's about that Putin wants to rebuild Soviet empire of evil, like President Reagan told.
It's about Putin being sick.
I don't know how you negotiate peace with a madman, but...
Yeah, Navalny is a fucking Nazi, dude.
But he negotiated with Hitler.
People are comparing him to Hitler.
And remember Hitler.
He's a Hitler.
We're back when the Nazis...
America always started on Georgia and essentially Belarus. There was a civil war started by America and Belarus and Georgia.
invaded Poland.
This is exactly the same what Hitler was doing to Jews.
This is the same. Putin will not stop.
Putin is reminiscent of Hitler.
This reminds me of Hitler.
Hitler. He's the new Hitler.
Well, Hitler.
This is about a butcher. I'm trying to kill people everywhere in the world.
Same rhetoric as the fucking Israel. Hey, Shigaft, how are you doing?
Just not Ukraine, Syria, all over the place.
I hear you. Senator Lindsey Graham, always great to talk to you. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
All right, straight ahead.
I love that ending, dude. Straight ahead. Straight ahead. And that's one more video I want to show you guys. I'm doing good, Shigaft. Thank you. We're trying to convince a guy here, or like de-radicalizing him. But I'm on my laptop, kind of slow. So Shigaft, Shoigu is going to be Security Council General or some bullshit. And a new guy is going to be the Defense Minister. It's all quite weird, dude. Clicklock and Tao didn't mention anything. I'm not sure what to think about it, dude. I'm a bit disappointed. I'm a bit disappointed. This is RFK talking some truth about the situation in Ukraine. Short video.
This is a war that should have never happened. It's a war the Russians tried repeatedly to settle on terms that were very, very beneficial to Ukraine and us. The major thing they wanted was for us to keep NATO out of the Ukraine. The big military contractors want to add new countries to NATO all the time. Why? Because then that country has to conform its military purchases to NATO weapon specifications, which means certain companies, Northrop Grumman, Raytheon, General Dynamics, Boeing, and Lockheed, get a trapped market. Through March of 2022, we committed $113 billion. Just to give you an example, we could have built a home for almost every homeless person in this country. We then committed another $24 billion since then, 2 months ago, and now President Biden is asking for another $60 billion. But the big expenses are going to come after the war, when we have to rebuild all the things that we destroyed. Mitch McConnell was asked, can we really afford to spend $113 billion to Ukraine? He said, don't worry.
Hey, Panamera, how are you doing in Germany?
Worry. It's not really going to Ukraine.
Hey, Twitch Trigger.
It's going to American defense manufacturers.
So he just admitted it's a money laundering scheme. And who do you think owns every one of those companies? BlackRock. So Tim Scott, during the Republican debate, said, don't worry, it's not a gift to Ukraine, it's a loan. So raise your hand if you think that loan's ever getting paid back. Yeah, of course it's not. So why do they call it a loan? Because if they call it a loan, they can impose loan conditions. And what are the loan conditions that we impose on? Number one, an extreme austerity program, so that if you're poor in Ukraine, you're going to be poor forever. Number two, most important, Ukraine has to put all of its government-owned assets up for sale to multinational corporations, including all of its agricultural land, the biggest single asset in Europe. In Ukraine, there's been 1,000 years of war fought over that land. It's the richest farmland in the world. It's the breadbasket of Europe. 500,000 kids almost, Ukrainians have died to keep that land as part of Ukraine. They almost certainly didn't know about this loan condition. They've already sold 30% of it. The buyers were DuPont, Cargill, and Monsanto. Who do you think owns all of those companies? Yeah, BlackRock. And then in December, President Biden gave out the contract to rebuild Ukraine. And who do you think got that contract? BlackRock. So they're doing this right in front of us. They don't even care that we know anymore, because they know that they can get away with it. And how do they know that? Because they have a strategy. And that strategy is an old strategy, which is they keep us at war with each other. They keep us hating on each other. They keep the Republicans and Democrats fighting each other, black against white, and all these divisions that they sow. If you like this video and you...
That's a good video that RFK did, dude. Regardless of his position on whatever else he has. Then there's good information in that video. That's why I saved it, dude. Because it's a good video for newcomers who doesn't realize what's happening in fucking Ukraine. Terrible. Russian separatist in Finland. What shit? What are you talking about, Math 50? There was no Russian uprising in Finland, dude. In fact, both Finland and Sweden has acknowledged that they were tricked into joining NATO. Now Finland and Sweden, their economies is gonna shrink because of this. That's the only outcome of this. Finland is gonna have less trade with Russia, and they had trade before. That's gone. That's bad for Finland economy. Russia was never a threat to Finland. They've never done anything to be a threat. Well, not since they stopped being with Nazi Germany, right? There was no Russian uprising or Russian aggression against Finland from outside or within. That never happened, dude. So, what do you mean Russian separatist in Finland? What are you talking about, dude? But like I told you, both Finland and Sweden has acknowledged they were tricked into joining NATO. Obviously, they shouldn't have. I think it's a good call. The man helped raise the economy. Wild Paprika, do you think that the replacement for Shoigu is capable of being defense minister? I think you think that. Okay. You probably think that. So we got some fake news here. Russia has run out of tanks. So remember, guys, Russia don't have a rough history with Finland doesn't have rough history with Russia. Finland have a rough history with Nazi Germany. Let's be clear about the past, right? Let's be absolutely clear. The reason why Finland had engagement with Russia was because of Nazi Germany. And that is the rough history. There's no good Nazis, Matt 50. There's no good Nazis. Look, as I understand the situation on the T-72 and the T-90 tanks, we use a diesel engine. And on some modification of the T-80, we use a gas turbine engine. The fact is that the gas turbine engine provides greater mobility at high cost. This is beneficial for short-term combat operation. And the diesel engine that we have on our tanks, in my opinion, is a masterpiece of engine engineering because you can pour anything into it. It smells like hydrocarbons. As simply by setting the fuel rail. You can use gasoline instead of diesel or alcohol. I think that you can probably piss on the tank with a hangover and the engine will start. economic feasibility, a reduction in the cost of military operation. For tank breakthroughs and long hauls, a gas turbine engine is much better. For precision battles, diesel engine is cheaper. I don't understand, Clicklock. I don't understand. You said that the gas turbine engine. I can understand for breakthroughs that the gas turbine engine is better. But for long hauls, why is the gas turbine engine better for long hauls? So you guys know we were joking with the Victory Day parade that the West would say that Russia was running out of tanks, right? But they actually did it. They actually did it. Russia has run out of tanks, which is why only a lone T-34 drove through the Red Square. Right to Ukraine. They actually did it, dude. They do this every year. Ukraine and the West. They do this every year, dude. Yes, fairness. I know. For example, you need to make a dash from Belgorod to Kiev. A gas turbine engine will give you an advantage in speed and mobility. Okay, I understand, Clicklock. I just when I hear the word long haul, I'm thinking sustainability. Something that won't be at cost of fuel consumption, but I understand. Russia is not trying to take land in Ukraine, Matt50. Crimea voted to be part of Ukraine in 91, and so did Luhansk and Donetsk, and now they voted to be part of Russia. They have the right to do so. It was a referendum, and Western data acknowledges that these people wanted to be part of Russia, and they confirmed the referendum results. Russia didn't take this area in conquest. There was a referendum, diplomatically referendum. And if you look at an ethnic map of Ukraine, you will see that east of Ukraine and the south, they are Russian. That's why they wanted, the second time around, they voted to be part of Russia. There was a referendum. There was a referendum. And the Western data, there was Western polling data in these places. And they back up the referendum results. So we don't need to worry about the validity of the referendums. We know it's true. I would believe so, Komratsky. But Ukraine has always been fighting Russia after the fall of the Soviet Union, actually. So they might appear to be neutral, but even after 91, you had Ukrainian soldiers fighting Russians in the Middle East. Well, they followed the UN rules when it went over to Russia. And it was observed, the referendum was observed by foreign countries. There was 23 foreign countries who observed the referendum. And it's described in UN Article 1. The Crimea, that was something that happened in 2014, right? As soon as the coup happened, they had a referendum in Crimea. I don't think Russia is going to back off from the gained ground. No, I don't think so. Because if you look at the territories right now, you have Donetsk have been shelled by Ukraine for 10 years, right? And Avdiivka fell recently, okay? But it was only when Avdiivka fell that there was less shelling in Donetsk. But Donetsk is still getting shelled. That means that Russia needs to keep going to safeguard these areas, right? Obviously, Ukraine keeps shelling the areas. They're going to need to keep going. But Avdiivka made a difference, right? But there's gonna be a buffer zone without a doubt, though. International rights, I don't know what you mean. Referring to international law. You can take land by conquest, but Russia didn't do that. There was a referendum. Why do we have to repeat that, dude? There was a referendum. So Russia didn't take this land and said it's ours. The people there had a referendum. Russia would probably have to create a big enough. They will have to demilitarize Ukraine essentially, but they won't take Ukraine. Referendum is not against international law. Word des Lebens. It's quite normal though. Yeah, DMC, but Kamradsky, I just feel like Ukraine might look completely different, dude. I just feel like it might look completely different. I could easily imagine either escalation or de-escalation. No, it's enshrined in UN Article 1. The right of self-determination. It's in UN Article 1. It's actually part of international law. What you can do. So we don't need to guess. It's in there. And I just mentioned you the article. Remember, you haven't mentioned which article it's illegal in. But I just mentioned to you which one it is. UN Article 1 is what was used when they had the referendums. So we know Russia followed the law when they did this, dude. And this looks like it's back to, what is this, dude? Many cities in the West have exclusively Jewish police units, known as Shomrim or Shrimra. Shimira. Okay? Brooklyn Shomrim organizers have been accused of withholding information on suspected child molesters and other Jewish criminals in keeping with an interpretation of the Torah prohibition against Misirah. What the shit, Turbo? What the shit, Turbo? There's a reason why the American pedophiles goes to Tel Aviv, dude. I don't think so, Komatsky. I don't think so. In fact, Poland got way worse. They elected a globalist, as far as I understand. Me neither. Jewish police, me neither, dude. This is in London, New York. And they are notorious for withholding information on Jewish child molesters and other Jewish criminals. All right. Notice a pattern, how they are slowly backtracking. This is about the COVID stuff. What do I think about the Israel conflict? Israel is an occupying force. They should just stop occupying. Just adhere to international law and establish a Palestinian state. Hamas said they would lay down their arms if there was a two-state solution. Hamas supports a two-state solution. 67 borders. Stop occupying.
So, Doc, AstraZeneca made a headline today.
AstraZeneca withdrew all of their vaccines globally.
Pulling the vaccine. They say it's because the demand curve isn't there anymore. There are other products. Other people say it's because the other products are better than their monkey based one and that has less side effects than AstraZeneca. And it has motivated people's paranoia about vaccines. What is your opening statement?
Hamas is not devastated, though. In fact, Hamas is just as stable as it was from the beginning of October 7th. Right? There's not an area where Hamas isn't prevalent still. So we don't see Hamas even taking like a hit of this, honestly. But then that's what we would expect as well, dude. Israel is just hurting the civilians. That's very apparent that Israel is just out to hurt the civilians. Right. We know on October 7th that Hamas, a lot of the atrocities that happened on October 7th, killings of the civilians, were actually done by the IDF. That has been proven at this point. Obviously, you're going to have resistance. Hamas have to attack, yes, because Hamas is a resistant force, and the purpose of Hamas is to resist occupation. So they have to do this. It's going to happen no matter what, dude.
About whether or not the COVID vaccines were effective and whether they are safe.
The infrastructure, you're talking about the schools, the mosques, the hospitals. That's Hamas is in the tunnels, remember that? So that doesn't relate to Hamas, that just relates to civilian and casualties of civilians. But Hamas is in the tunnels. That's why Hamas has not been taken out. So of course, there's videos of this. Israel themselves admits that they killed them at the kibbutz. You have buildings at the kibbutzes that were shelled by artillery and tanks, and you can see signs of that. You can see signs of that, dude. So you have a building that is completely fallen apart, fucking damaged everywhere. An RPG doesn't do that, but a tank does. And you have signs, and Israel admitted it, so we don't need to guess. Hey, Ding Dangler, how you doing? Nice to see you, man. But Hamas is just as strong as ever. Whatever they've lost, they have regained already. No, the bunker busters won't reach the tunnels. That's why you have not seen any videos of that. What America is calling bunker busters, that's just 2,000 kilogram bombs. It's not bunker busters. It's just bigger bombs. That's it. I am slightly sick, Ding Dangler. I got a cold. Vetteslemens, what about Article 106 and 107? But you don't see videos of any missiles or bombs being taken down tunnels. You just see that headlines, but it never happened. It never happened. We see tunnels being taken down, yes, even with Hamas taken down, but there's a giant network of tunnels. It doesn't matter. They're supposed to be taken down. But America doesn't have bunker busters.
Compared to most vaccines.
They were very effective.
I don't believe that thing when they allowed it to happen. I don't believe that. Because Israel looks embarrassing as fuck. Israel has lost global support. There's global attention on the issue in Gaza. And Israel has lost normalization with the Arab countries. The Red Sea is blocked. They are unable to unblock it. They can't unblock it. And the entire globe is against Israel. We've seen tunnels being taken down from demolitions. Yes, that's what we've seen. But not from bombs. America doesn't have bunker busters. They just have bigger bombs. And they call them bunker busters. But it's just bigger bombs. But they don't have like kinetic bombs or shit like that. They can probably do more than that, Sigurd. I wonder if they can... Hey, Sticky, how are you doing? Sigurd, I wonder if they can do more than that then.
Effective for what they were supposed to be used for, which was prevent severe disease and hospitalization and deaths. And that's what the vaccines were studied to do in this country, and that's what they did. Now, the question, you're asking a broader question because a lot of people were immunized that weren't in those high risk.
I thought the vaccines were supposed to stop the spread, dude.
Groups. And that's why there has to be this transparent panel and discussion. But AstraZeneca, I mean, I just want to take a second to step back. The private sector did amazing things for us in the public sector during COVID. They made us test within weeks of us asking for it. They made us monoclonal antibodies. They made us antivirals, and they made us.
Yeah, but in order for you to have kinetic energy, Matt 50, that means you need to have speed. That creates the kinetic energy. A bomb doesn't have that. A missile have that, yeah. But America doesn't have missiles that have that much speed.
Vaccines all within the first 9 months. That's extraordinary. What AstraZeneca is saying, and I think pretty clearly, they didn't make a second generation vaccine against the new strains. And so rightly, the use of that went way down. And so they should be saying, we're not going to make the new strain. And
sleepers, you can just, it's in UN Article 1, dude, that the right of self-determination. And the autonomous republics of Ukraine, they voted to be part of Ukraine. And now they voted to be part of Russia. It's perfectly legal, dude. And that's what they did. You guys just don't like it because, let's face it, Russia won.
So we're not any longer going to make the old strain. That makes total sense. I do believe, and that's what you're getting at, were there issues with the vaccines when you've immunized millions?
No, because the people of Crimea, they will just vote to be part of Russia. Right? Remember, you had Western data doing polling in these areas, and they said they wanted to be part of Russia. So NATO can't change that unless you're talking about killing the people there. I'm assuming that's not what you're talking about. The expression of the people have already happened, dude. NATO can't change that. NATO is not the will of the people. NATO is an aggressor to Russia. It's nothing to do with referendums. I feel like you're not understanding what's happening, dude. I'm not sure what to tell you, dude. But you live in a reality that isn't real. Sorry, man.
Close to billions of people. Tracking that will give us critical information because I love that you had Sean on and he made the point. A lot of his symptoms are similar to long COVID symptoms. Well, that makes total sense. That happens often.
Ivermectin has been tested, I believe, for COVID, right?
With immunizations.
And I remember in the beginning they were saying it was a horse dewormer. It's not. It's used for all sorts of diseases in humans. Right? Yeah, that's just a big bomb, Matt 50. BLU 1113. That's a big bomb. It's a 2,000 kilogram bomb. But there's no kinetic energy. But just because it's a big bomb doesn't make it a bunker buster. So I've already addressed that one, dude. In the future, the countries will have to keep population control so they cannot simply leave by referendums. Yeah, but you have autonomous republics in many countries. They can do this, right? Remember, people like you said that. You will probably say that Taiwan is its own country, even though they never really had a referendum. In that case, you're perfectly fine with it, right? Remember, these republics voted to be part of Ukraine in 91, and now they voted to be part of Russia. Just respect their fucking opinion, dude. They are Russians after all. But I know you don't give a fuck, but there it is. How a bomb doesn't have kinetic energy. How? I'm not talking about the explosion. I'm talking about the impact. It's just a big bomb. That's it, Matt 50. I know there's kinetic energy when an explosion goes off, but that's just an explosion. Just like there's a flash as well. But there are real bunker busters. For instance, you have hypersonic missiles that can penetrate deep into bunkers and then explode. And they can do that because of the kinetic energy. It penetrates. Because it flies so fucking fast, dude. Yeah, but you haven't explained any physics. You just physics isn't physics. Physics is a word.
That if the natural disease can cause it, then it also can sometimes be seen in certain profiles of the vaccine. We should.
Sounds like she's talking about side effects. Can't do that. In some countries, it has become illegal to criticize the vaccine. I wonder if it's safe to.
Be studying that right now. Tell the people with long COVID and vaccine reactions to come forward.
No, a bomb falling from high altitude doesn't give kinetic energy. Not to the extent that we want to talk about Mach 50. The kinetic energy is so low that we don't care about it. What we're talking about is Mach 10 kinetic energy, not just free falling. Right? Exactly, Uppsala. Mach 50, I feel like I already expressed it, dude. You need like Mach 10 or something. I don't know what more you want to. Mach 10 has kinetic energy. Free falling does not.
Study their genetics. We're in the 21st century. We know how to solve these issues, but we're not really bringing all the.
Remember, studies were done with the efficacy of vitamin D. Cheap, readily available. Yeah, Alexander Balasov or something terrible. I don't. He's a non-military guy, civilian politician, financial guy. He helped the Russian economy in 2008. Maybe he can improve the military economy, which means that they can produce more weapons. I don't think he has military experience. I don't think he needs to. But I'm a bit, I don't know. I honestly don't know, dude. Yeah, Mach 10 is hypersonic. And Mach 10 has kinetic energy. It can carry a payload of 500 kilograms, which is enough. Because together with the kinetic energy, it can take out a carrier. That's why they call them carrier destroyers. And that's why they were built. That's why they were built. Russia have used two types of hypersonics in the war in Ukraine. They have used daggers, Kinsal, and Zircon. The Hey Geopolitics, how are you doing? The Kinsal dagger missile is launched from the air. It arrives at Mach 10. It has a 500 kilogram payload. I'm doing good. Geopolitics. The Zircon hypersonics is launched from the ground or from the Navy. I don't know how fast it is. I don't know the payload, but click look. But no. Yeah, what you're talking about is a massive bomb with a delayed fuse that explodes above ground. I mean, guys, I know what it is. It's what America calls bunker busters, but we haven't seen them taking out any bunkers in Gaza. There's a reason for that. Thank you, Geopolitics. Thank you. Yes, they do, nematode. It's part of the design. The idea with the hypersonic is that it can actually penetrate the carrier and explode inside the ship. That's why they call them carrier destroyers, dude. Yeah, they are like 2,000 kilometers. That is long range, dude. That is very long range. Mach 50, I have a dating. Why are you saying it's not long range? 2,000 kilometers is long range, dude. I think Iran even has some that are way longer. America is working on hypersonics, but they have done multiple tests and they all fail. Yeah, hypersonics is gonna change. It's gonna make the Navy obsolete, essentially. The Navy is gonna become obsolete for 2 reasons: hypersonics and drones. With 2 real enemies like China, Russia, Iran, America fighting each other, hypersonics is gonna come into play. But with cheaper countries like the Houthis, drones is gonna come into play. What is long range for you, Matt 50? Sorry, I thought you meant something else. What is long range for you then? CatCube, what are you playing? Gray Zone Warfare. I haven't heard of that, dude. I haven't heard about that. No, the hypersonics has failed their tests, Matt 50. You can just Google it. We covered it here on stream. There was 2 tests being done this year and last year, and both of them failed. Thank you, Geopolitics. Yeah, but that's an ICBM. That's not a missile. Long range is more than 15,000 kilometers. Yeah, but that's an ICBM, Matt 50. Not a missile. You have to compare a missile to a missile, not a missile to an ICBM. You can't, like, what is a long-range missile for you, Matt 50? The Minimat 3 is like from the 50s, dude. So the Minimat 3 is some of the oldest nuclear tech that exists. Yes, it is long-range limit too. So Matt 50, yeah, it's but there's a difference. Matt 50, it's an ICBM. You can't compare that to a normal missile. I hope you're not comparing them. If you are, then whatever. I mean, are you gonna compare the YARS then? You know how long range is the YARS, right? But Miniman 3 is old as fuck. Yeah, the UN is a vassal of the US, right? That's why you should look more into the laws of the UN rather than the outcome of the UN, right? YARS missile range 10,000 kilometers. What about the Samad? $18,000 kilometers. Russia's nuclear arsenal is some of the most advanced arsenal in the world. You have the Poseidon, the Yars, the Samad. Minuteman 3 is from the fucking 50s. The American nuclear arsenal will probably have to rely on what they have in the nukes, dude. Not the fucking Minuteman 3. Russia also have the Vanguard. Do you guys remember the British Trident, dude? Plop. Do you remember, dude? Yeah, that's right, Uppsala. Both Russia, China, Iran have hypersonics, and Russia has proven them in battle. And America's funding is just like 1,000-fold, dude. The Vanguard is a hypersonic nuclear missile nematode that have decoys. So as I understand it, the Vanguard is a system that has decoys, and it's quite cool because it has hypersonic missiles that can. So if you have interceptors coming in, the hypersonic decoys will go in and intercept them essentially, and it looks super cool. But a more interesting Russian nuclear arsenal is the Poseidon, which is a giant ass torpedo, dude. a torpedo by the size of a submarine. And it can traverse the sea bottom and reach the enemy shores undetected. It can lie on the bottom for 10 fucking years and detonate eventually. It's very stealthy. You can't do anything about it. Once it detonates, a giant flood wave is gonna destroy the country. And a weapon like that can destroy Britain. Hey, Crawl the Wall, what's up?
Pieces we have to bear.
But is the reason because they don't want to know, the they being the deep state, big pharma, the government, whatever boogeyman you want to fill in, because the truth is the vaccine...
Big Pharma is not really a boogeyman, though. Pfizer, remember during COVID times, Pfizer advertisements was fucking everywhere, dude.
Didn't really work, and there are way more side effects, and more people got sick than got better as a result of it.
Yeah, if that's true, why all the fucking censorship, dude, and outlawing, criticizing the vax and messing with social media and all that interference, dude? Why?
Well, that's why we need all the people to come
Why also suppressing the fucking doctors and shit like that, dude?
Forward that have had reactions, because I'm not sure all of them have been reported. Do I think it's millions? No. Could it be thousands? Yes. But there's millions of people with long COVID. So proportionally, when you look at it in an honest data...
Cheng, you should be glad, dude. Cheng, why are you not sleeping? It's 4:30 for you. No, it's 2:30. Maybe 3:30.
driven way. More people have long COVID.
The UN is a vassal of America. That's obvious. That's fucking obvious, dude. That's why they always condemn Iran, never condemn Israel. They condemn Russia. They condemn all the enemies of America. If you don't know that the UN is a vassal of America, then you don't belong in a space like this. I don't know what to tell you, dude. The laws of the UN seem sensible, but the functioning of the UN doesn't. Right? Remember, Israel bombed the Iranian embassy. No condemnation. Iran, according to UN law, retaliated lawfully, and they were condemned. We know what the UN is, dude. No need to guess. No, they're no vassal for China, dude. No, they're not. They are vassal for America. They can't be both. That's contradictory. So no, that's not happening. That's not happening. If you think that's the case, just give an example, Matt50. Just give an example. Remember the UN lied about Uyghur genocide. So I have examples of why it's not, dude. 24, we should have been earlier.
COVID from having COVID than had vaccine reactions. That doesn't mean we shouldn't study it. Remember...
Why is it like outlawed to talk about it, though? What do you mean COVID reactions? What? I thought all that fucking lack of smell came from the fucking, I don't know.
You and I both remember what happened during HIV. HIV had a lot...
I know Russia have peacekeepers, crawlable, and they were in Karabakh, in Armenia. And they saved a lot of people there. You see, there's videos of them when Azerbaijan started shelling Karabakh. I don't know where else. No, I don't know. How do you know what else that is related to this? China created a new division. It has to do with dealing with information warfare. Interesting. And according to Silver L on Twitch, China also have a new division to deal with pollution. In the military, that is. And that's quite cool, dude. Hey, C-Def, what's up? It's a vassal of the US. I'm not sure what you're not getting, Werteslebens. I gave you examples already. If you want to do a mental gymnastic, go ahead. But I've given you examples of why they are. If you can give us examples of why they aren't, go ahead. But that's not it. The reason why they are vassals is because they condemned Iran and not Israel. It's very simple. It wasn't free though, it was paid by tax dollars, Turbo, and it was very expensive. I thought one of the benefits of mRNA was that it was cheap, but it wasn't. Hey, I'm Silla, how you doing? Exactly, Upsilla. Example is China's veto power in the UN. But China doesn't have a unique veto power. Hence why they were not cited for expanding into what? I'm at 50. I don't know what you mean. China didn't expand into the Indian Ocean. That's why they can't be condemned by the UN because they didn't do it. The South China Sea is the South China Sea, and it has been so even before Mao came to place. So all these borders are drawn already. So it doesn't matter that I'm not sure. So there's plenty of videos of the Philippines and the Chinese going at each other at the South China Sea, but not beyond that. I have not seen any videos of in the Philippine Sea whatsoever, but the South China Sea we've had, and that's Chinese area. That's proof of this because you can look at old maps from even before the time of Mao, and they allocate this area as the South China Sea. So we don't need to guess. But that's why the UN hasn't condemned it, because China didn't do anything illegal. Not because it's a vassal of China. But I can give you a better example. A woman from the UN said that China was doing a genocide when they weren't. That's why they're not a vassal of China. China and America, they can't be a vassal of both. That's impossible.
Information, a lot of confusion, and it's like we didn't learn from that. And what happened? Advocates and activists went to the streets and demanded that the government do better, and the government did. So let's demand that the government do better and bring all of this transparently to light.
Do you think that there is a legitimate...
She sounds like someone... Is that that fucking woman? Dirks, Bricks, whatever her name is, dude. She sounds like she's at a conference or something. Jesus fucking Christ, dude.
Basis to say if you could do it over again, people shouldn't have had the vaccine.
There are...
Yes, Panamera. We saw that. Panamera, I saw that video. Burks, that's right, Salty. Yeah, Caller, all the America is just abusing the Philippines to harass China in the South China Sea. All the videos I've seen of that is going on in the South China Sea, and the video is specifying that. I saw that, Panamera. A very cool video, honestly. Retrofitting remote control of an airplane like that. Russia have done it with some older airplanes, turn them into drones. No one pointed out that they're expanding. There's no expansion. Matt 50, no expansion. China can build bases wherever they want in Chinese territory. That's within their rights to do so. But there's no expansion going on. And no international organization has observed any expansions. You need to ignore what's being told to you in the media and look at what's actually the case. But the South China Sea is the South China Sea.
Definitive cohorts that should have gotten the vaccine from the very moment and should have been prioritized. I was saying in November, please prioritize the long-term care facilities. We knew that was ground zero.
Yeah, that's a good point, Chums. Remember, China have no bases like overseas, right? But America has like bases all around fucking China. And Japanese bases as well, dude. I can understand why China is getting anxious, dude, right? Because of all the the enemy bases around it. They're gonna have to do something eventually to get rid of them, dude. You guys have seen that, right? All the island chains with Taiwan just filled with American bases, dude. It's fucking nuts. It's very nuts.
Where our true elderly were residing. They needed it the most and should have gotten it first. Instead, we gave it to young nursing personnel. So when you study a vaccine to work for a specific cohort, you have to build trust by immunizing that cohort first, showing that it has the effect that you wanted. And I hope we learn those lessons.
There was last American destroyers going into the Taiwan Strait this week.
Because you're absolutely right. There will be another time when we need the American people to come together and listen. And I think until we have the 9/11 Commission, until we've listened to each and every one
9/11 Commission,
their concerns,
what?
And they believe they were heard, people are going to continue to spread conspiracy theories. You block conspiracy theories when you let people be heard. And you.
This sounds dangerous as fuck, dude.
I agree 100%, and I'll keep pushing. Dr. Birx, thank you.
This sounds very dangerous. They're gonna control information, the flow of information, by saying the word conspiracy. Who are you supporting for US presidency? Because I think Biden and Trump are pro-Israel. Good point. Both of them are pro-Israel. The guy I don't want to support is the one currently doing a genocide. I don't want to support that, right? Hey, Sibruski. So I don't want to support Biden, no matter what, because he, like I told you, he's currently doing a fucking genocide, right? You don't want to support that. It's the last guy you want to support. Right. Trump, also Zionist. Third party, probably. Or simply not vote. Japan, you can't just have military outside of China because of you work with Japan. That's not according to international law, MAT 50. And another thing, America is sending weapons to Taiwan, which is against international law, MAT 50. But like I said, no matter if you collaborate with Japan, having the bases around China is doesn't seem like it's legally according to international law that is done. I'm so fucking lazy today, boys. What's the time? 10:40. I'm so slow. We got a video here. This was recorded October 2019. I don't know what it is. It's again about COVID, dude.
Blow the system up.
This is on 2019 October. Remember, the first mentioning in the Western media about COVID was in November or December, something like that, in 2019. But the first outbreak of COVID, I think, was in Italy, September 2019, right? There's a recorded instance of that.
Obviously, we can't just turn off the spigot on the system we have and then say, hey, blow the system up. Obviously, we can't just turn off the spigot on the system we have and then say, hey, everyone in the world should get this new vaccine. We haven't given to anyone yet. But there must be some way.
You have to prove that this works. And then you've got to go through all of the clinical trials, phase.
They didn't do that, though, right?
Phase.
A lot of the stuff with this was fucked with the trials. There was people who got sick. They took them out of the trials for like arbitrary reasons. Okay? The vaccine they tested trials were not the same that they got to the public. The vaccine that was tested was like a manual manufactured one. And the one that was mass produced was produced using CV40, and it had like contamination because of the production process. This is something that was mentioned during court hearings.
Phase 3, and then show that this particular product is going to be good over a period of years. That alone, if it works perfectly, is going to take a decade.
There might be a need or even an urgent call for an entity of excitement out there that's completely disruptive, that's not beholden to bureaucratic strings and processes.
So we really do have a problem of how the world perceives.
I got vaccinated, yes. The vaccine talks is about a lot of things, Silla. How to implement it, what to do to make it happen. Is it safe? What are the side effects? Is it worth it, etc.? Does it work for all age groups? Something like that, dude. Vaccines work to an extent, according to WHO. There is Pfizer data saying that the efficacy is very, very low. Extremely low. So low that it's almost random. Meanwhile, the Chinese vaccines, which is a traditional produced vaccine, not mRNA, has 70% efficacy. Very effective. Normally. Just normal, dude. The first reaction from Kiev to the proposal to appoint Belousov as Minister of Defense of the Russian Federation was fears that it would lead to the sharp increase in the dynamics of Russian military-industrial complex and an increase in military production in Russia. It's very bad news for us, since our ministerial positions are antipodes of Belousov policies with the agenda of vulgar liberalism during the war. You can evaluate the results yourself, summed up by Ukrainian economists. Alexei Kush. He noted that Belousov played a role in creating a growth model for the Russian economy, deep structural transformation and adaptation to sanctions. That seems like something that's very valuable, Cleglock. It's very tough for me to put myself in a situation what's really required for a guy like that, dude. Do you really need military background? Because the truth is, you have other people who are supposed to have the military background. So why would you need to? Crawl over all, there's lots of things to unpack here, dude. Unfortunately, it's not easy to do on any platform. In some countries, it's illegal to criticize the vaccines. But there is data you guys can go and look at, and you can look at efficacies for the vaccines. Very low. Below 1%. Okay? Good news, Cleglock. Russia is not the aggressor. Jens Stoltenberg admitted that the war started in 2014, not 2022. And the aggressor was the Ukrainian armed forces. They launched an anti-terrorist operation against the people of Donetsk. It's all public information. And Jens Stoltenberg admits that as well. So Russia entered the war in 2022, but that doesn't make them the aggressor. There's something about the PCR test as well, Trigger. But the PCR test was made in the 90s that identified corona. I think the PCR test, as I understand it, Trigger, is that they can identify whatever. Not specifically COVID. And the point of it, if you tweak the PCR correctly, it can find whatever. So I can test positively for COVID even though it's not there. Depending on how the PCR test is configured. I don't know about the e-cigarette scandal, Panamera. There's no such thing as Russian imperialism, Matt 50. It doesn't exist. There's NATO expansionism. There's no Russian imperialism. I just showed you the video before. Jens Stoltenberg and the NATO heads admits this is about NATO expansion. Russian imperialism doesn't exist. Exactly, CDEF. The creator of the PCR test said as much. You're confused. You're saying Russia retreated and no longer was involved. What? What is what? Russia entered the war in 2022. I'm not confused. I follow this very close. But the war started in 2014. And it started with Ukraine launching an anti-terrorist operation. It's all public information. Ukraine has been shelling Donetsk for 10 years. Before the invasion and after the invasion. And the only way to stop the shelling is to demilitarize Ukraine. That's provable by looking at Avdiivka. That's the evidence. PCR tests are normally very accurate. However, they manipulate the data to support their claims. I think you can manipulate the test, Ursula. That's my understanding. Russia is not the aggressor because Ukraine started the war in 2014. NATO collaborates my version. And there's videos of this. The war on Donbass was started in 2014. Ukraine declares war on the people of Donetsk. This is all public information. I can hit them. I can. Panamera. Okay, I got it. Check VK. You're saying Russia invaded because Ukraine conflict against separatists in 2014. Russia intervened in the conflict using UN Article 51. To protect the people of Donetsk, yes, and to prevent NATO encroachment. Just like the video I showed you already, where the enemies of Russia tells you why Russia did what they did. So it's because of NATO encroachment, right? And Jens Stoltenberg admits that... Sibusk, what did you send? Why do I need to take this? Sibusk, I can't take this now, dude. I'm on my laptop. No. First and foremost, there's no Russian-backed forces. I don't know what you mean, though. In 2014, April, Ukraine launched an anti-terrorist operation against the people of Luhansk and Donetsk. It's public information. You don't need to believe me. It's public. It's on YouTube. The speech from the Ukrainian official saying they're going to launch an anti-terrorist operation is public information. And the reason why they're doing this is because these republics, they didn't want to be part of the Kiev regime, which was currently couped down. You don't need to worry about Putin. Putin is not part of the logic here. I need to redo the voice acting, so the Prigozhin shouts, Shoigu Gerasimov. Where are the shells but Belousov Gerasimov? Where is Shoigu? We need a new one. Click, look. Because the people of Donetsk was getting shelled. Matt 50. I just told you this. The people of Donetsk were getting shelled. 10 years going at this point. Russia went in to protect these people.
Influenza, and it's going to be very difficult to change that unless you do it from within and say, I don't care what your perception is, we're going to address the problem in a disruptive way and in an iterative way, because you do need both.
But it is not too crazy to think that an outbreak of a novel avian virus could occur in China somewhere. We could get the RNA sequence from that, beam it to a number of...
I'm okay, Sirius. I'm okay.
Local, if not even in your home at some point, and print those vaccines on a patch and self-administer.
It's hard to misinterpret what's being said here. They're essentially outlining the pandemic. Everything we've seen.
Ukraine launched an anti-terrorist operation against civilians because these civilians didn't want to be part of Ukraine. Militias were formed in Ukraine retrospectively because they were being attacked by their own country. It's called a war on Donbass.
From the last year and a half described right here in this video before it happened.
Militias fought back. Yes. Sure. Sure. Upsala, 100 million have been injected. 100 million animals have been injected with the mRNA technology.
Actually, there's a company, a subsidiary company of...
I remember this. Did these two guys not... did this woman not make like a Trump advertisement or something?
Of Pfizer. It's called Zotis, Z-O-T-I-S. Do you know they've already mRNA injected 100 million wildlife in America? I guarantee you they're doing it to pets too. It's only mRNA tech.
I heard there's something with they're also doing it to apples, fruits or something.
Technology funded completely by Mark Zuckerberg and his wife's foundation. They've been doing it all over the country for the whole last year and a half. Zotis is its name. It's a subsidiary of Pfizer.
This is some real sugar, honey, iced tea.
They were not forced to be Russian. You can look at that. If you go to Wikipedia, you can see there's data where they go and check how many people wants to be part of Russia before they become part of Russia. And that is done while it's held by Ukraine. And it's data that is conducted by Americans. And they say they want to be part of Russia. And if you look at an ethnic map of Ukraine, you can see that these people are Russians. So it will make sense. And that's also why the entire war on Donbass happens. Because they want to get away from Ukraine, which is currently being occupied by America.
Wait, line, you know what's interesting? When I learned about Zotis and this sugar honey iced tea, because that's what it was to me. You know who would know? Do you know who were the only people that knew that the wildlife, deer, for example, elk, for example, were actually being mRNA injected for COVID? It was all the hunters. Hunters, it was being published in hunters magazines. I'm not a hunter, but hunters were aware the whole time that this was actually...
Call of all, it's very rare that you meet people who really understand what's happening in Ukraine. Because opposing information doesn't exist that easy, readily available in the West. And you have to go to some extent to find it. It is there, dude. But most people who have access to it, they just don't want to believe it anyway. So it's a small minority who fucking knows what's happening in Ukraine. It's very obvious what's happening, though. So you gotta wonder. I thought this was about democracy, but Ukraine doesn't have democracy. And now the narrative has changed. It's about killing Russians by wasting Ukrainian lives, not American lives. Now Ukraine is destroyed. I mean, at some point, reality gotta kick in, dude.
Actually being done, and it was being published inside their literature. I had no idea. But when I discovered it, I was like, what? Why is no one talking about this? When I discovered it on Staten Island, Zuckerberg and his wife funded a research study. They went out and gathered up 100 white-tailed deer and then PCR tested them all.
People are not used to having lies from Russia. Let me prove it to you, Matt50. Can you mention one lie from Russia? Just give me the best lie that exists that came from Russia. Go on.
For COVID. And then injected them all with the mRNA vaccines from Pfizer with this company called Zotis. And then went and did 100 million animals. 100 million doses have been administered at that point. All
CK is right. The Western media was telling the truth about Ukraine before the war, but then they scrubbed all these articles. If you guys want to have a look at one of these scrubbed articles, you can take a look there. That's not a Russian lie, Matt50. And Russia is not weak. Russia is winning against Ukraine, funded by 300 billion and supported by over 50 countries. Russia has not only demilitarized Ukraine, but they have demilitarized the entirety of NATO and America. Joe Biden said we have no more weapons, so we have to send cluster munitions. Jens Stoltenberg said we have no weapons. Russia have demilitarized NATO and America. But again, I ask you to give me a Russian lie. Putin never said the arrest would take a few weeks. Remember, I told you, give me a Russian lie. No, it's not Ukraine's military against Russia. It's mercenaries, NATO personnel. The French have been in Ukraine since 2014. NATO has been in Ukraine since 2014. Poles have been there. At some point, half of it was mercenaries. But no one in Russia said this would take a few weeks. That never happened. It takes more than a few weeks to drive with a tank without any resistance from one end to the other in Ukraine. So obviously that doesn't make any sense to say something like that. No one in Russia said that. So again, Matt50, I'm trying to prove to you, all you got is propaganda. It's not NATO. All NATO countries are giving weapons to Ukraine. Yes, they are. And in fact, all NATO countries have emptied their stocks in Ukraine. All of them have emptied everything they have. All NATO countries have. They were even sent all their broken equipment to Ukraine. All of it has been sent to Ukraine, though. Because it's very easy for all the wall. Just look at what's happening at the front. It's very easy. And once you know what is propaganda, which is very easy to get to know, because America always admits their lies eventually, then you know they always do the same thing again. And they're doing the same thing again like they did before. So America lied back then, they're lying now. It's very easy. Russia lied about their cruisers and navy being sunk when it was, which one? Matt50. There was one Russian navy vessel that the Ukrainians said was sunk, and it wasn't. That's why we saw it actually arriving at the port the next day. So that this is an instance where Ukraine lied. You're just repeating propaganda, dude. Russian naval museum showing a bottom of Black Sea. I don't know what you mean, dude. I have no idea what you mean. Matt50, you're supposed to... Okay. You're supposed to show a Russian lie here. Something that's very easy. You do know America lies every day, right? Pick any video from Biden and there's a lie. Pick any video from any American politician, that's gonna be a lie. But you're having issues finding a Russian lie. Why is that? Propaganda is not a lie, crawl the wall. But American propaganda is very easy to recognize. And call the wall. Once you know, you can recognize American propaganda straight away. Putin has cancer. All that shit. It's so transparent, dude. And that's why you always fucking know. So we learned about some of the instances that happened in the past, right? And without knowing anything about Serbia, we knew everything about Serbia. Hey, Nurobes, how are you doing? Yeah, Russia using shovels. Fucking amazing, dude. Russia used propaganda, yes. I can give you examples of that. These are not lies, though, but it's still propaganda. I know this because they announced them that they would use them. They were going to tell the Ukrainians how many they have lost. They were going to inform the Ukrainians about how to surrender. They were going to show the Ukrainians about how the elites in Ukraine were buying properties abroad. This was propaganda aimed specifically to get the Ukrainians to surrender. So yes, Russians is using propaganda. But the question is here, what is the Russian lie? Do we have an example of Putin telling a lie? Something like that? Propaganda can easily be truth, yes. Easily. But they are there to create a certain scenario, push a certain agenda. So you can tell the truth to the Ukrainians about how many casualties they have in the hopes that they will surrender. And you can push that propaganda through leaflets, drop that at the front, etc. Right? We are talking, how do they know it is the truth? Because if you are in Ukraine, and then you have neighbors, these neighbors have neighbors, and everything eventually comes down in full circle. The Ukrainians are lying about how many missiles they're intercepting, and the energy facilities are being hit. As a Ukrainian, you experience that lie. So, an everyday Ukrainian will experience the lie from the Ukrainians. They will see how people are being kidnapped from the streets. So if you are being pushed a lie about how many casualties there is, it's going to be easier to believe because of the circumstances that the Ukrainians are living through. Putin claimed on an interview that Nord Stream 2 pipeline was attacked by CIA when he had zero proof. Putin said he had proof though. And that's not a lie. Russian propaganda lies. Matt 50, everyone in here knows that America blew up the pipelines. And Seymour Hersh did a segment about that. So if this is your example about Russian lie, then that's a very bad example. Because that's an example of where Putin told the truth. And in that interview, Putin said he had evidence. But that's Seymour Hersh, an independent journalist who have proven American war crimes many times in the past. And he proved this one as well. But what you're giving is not an example of a Russian lie because you can't prove it's a lie. It's a Russian claim that is not backed up by evidence, at most. But you really need to do better. Right? I can remember if you pick any videos of Biden lying, it's gonna be like it's on a daily basis, dude. Everyone in this chat, Matt 50, everyone who's common in this chat knows that America blew up the pipeline. The newcomers, they don't know, but my regulars, they know that America blew up the pipeline. I just sent you a link, by the way. But no matter what, that's not an example of Putin lying. No, it's not. It's an accusation without bad proof, though, unless you can prove it wasn't America, and you can't do that. Iraq WMD is a lie, and it became a lie when it was proven that there was no WMDs. That's how reality works. That's how reality works. I don't need to know this. This is just common sense.
Over one.
This is example of lies done by Joe Biden quite recently.
1,200 innocent people.
And this is so ordinary for the American leaders that you don't even blink.
People, babies, parents, grandparents, slaughtered in their kibbutz.
Lies, dude. Lies. All of this lies.
Massacred at a music festival.
Also lies.
Brutally raped.
Lies.
Mutilated.
Lies.
And sexually assaulted.
Lies.
Thousands more carrying wounds, bullets and shrapnel from the...
Shrapnel from artillery. Tanks. Not an RPG, surely. Right? So that's wounded by Israel.
Memory of that terrible day they endured.
That's an example of clear lies, dude. Is there any value in if we are confident about not being sure? Yes. Yes, there is. If you're in deep waters, tread carefully. But we are not in deep waters. This is very common for us, Crawlerwall. I'm happy for you to question us. But American lying and something that's very easy to prove. Russian lying, something that's impossible to prove. I have asked many people to prove a Russian lie, and none of them have been able to do so. I know it's a lie, I'm at 50. I looked into this very deeply. And many other people did as well, who's better than me. And I used their material. We know what happened on October 7th. The festival massacre. Which massacre? Have you seen dead bodies from the festival? I mean, I've seen dead bodies from the festival, but have you? There's no innocent Jews. What? Shooting cars and innocent Jews. So remember, boys, I've seen all the footage from October 7th. You can't make shit up, dude.
I was sort of raised in the Puerto Rican community.
This is more innocent lies that you would use in America to promote your campaign. Stuff like this doesn't happen in China and Russia. And I'm assuming it doesn't happen in Denmark. I'm assuming it doesn't happen in Hungary, Sweden, Norway. I'm assuming. But it's commonplace in America.
I used to go to 7:30 Mass every morning in high school and then in college before I went to the black church.
That's a lie.
I taught at the University of Pennsylvania for 4 years. And I used to teach political theory.
That's not true!
I got a...
The point of this is that I got 20 videos of Biden lies, dude. There was no beheaded babies. There was no rape. There was no nothing, dude. Biden is a fucking liar. I have an opinion of what the truth is, but I'm not very strong on it. I find it hard to be sure. Crawl a wall, that's perfectly fine. And I have the same way sometimes. But crawl a wall, we do this every day for fucking 8 hours, dude. 7 hours. And we know. We don't need to guess. That's why we know what happened in Serbia with the Kosovo genocide, etc. That's why we know what happened in Syria with the chemical attack, the white helmets. That's why we know what happened in Bucha. That's why we know what happened at the Nova Music Festival. That's why we know what happened at Tiananmen Square. That's why we know what happened at with the Uyghur genocide. And if there is a new instance somewhere, we're gonna know without knowing because it's a pattern. Obviously, it's fine to confirm the data, which we do. And then we get more sure. Shani Luke was alive. She was at the hospital. The hospital was bombed by Israel. She died. Her mom confirmed this. So did her dad. But she was in the back of the pickup truck, yes. Obviously. That's how she was identified as Shani Luke initially, not retrospectively. We got a video from UCLA, 1973. Satin, 1924, are you here, dude? I know, Radin, it's the same thing.
Let me tell you,
it's the same thing. Many pro-Ukrainians are pro-Israel as well. It's the same thing, dude. NATO moved from Ukraine to Israel, remember?
Tactic of Zionism. What they do is that every time you say something, they bring out Hitler. You understand? And they make you feel scared about Hitler. Okay, if Hitler killed as many Jews as he did, then what the Jews should do is take Germany. Why you go to Palestine? The Arabs ain't did nothing to you. Number one.
Go to Germany.
Germany. Hey, Germany.
I have no responsibilities up there. Because Germany is not our homeland, Israel is.
I'm coming. Egypt is mine. It's Africa. Is that correct?
That's right.
Why does Israel want to attack?
Israel does not want Egypt.
Israel doesn't want Egypt.
No, it does not.
What does it want?
Israel wants Israel.
Where is Israel? What year was Israel recreated? How did you get it? How? Who gave it to you? Lord Balfour in London in 1916? Was it him?
24. I love how these American talks do. Back then, it feels so much more sincere. Now it's all about appearing cool and annoying, dude, and weird. But I love this.
The modern state of Israel was created by the United Nations.
You want to get in on this? He's right. Yeah. Okay. He is absolutely correct. He is absolutely correct. And that shows you what an illegal, immoral, and unjust state is. Today, it won't even listen to the rules of the United Nations, which tells it to withdraw from the 1967 borders.
There's a bigger video of this. Bigger portion of this. I don't know where it is. We've seen this in a bigger version. But the way the Americans talked back then, so much more spirit, sweet, natural. Now it's all phony bullshit, dude. Belgium. Shakay, this is for you. Belgian public television channel interrupted its program during Eurovision 2024 broadcast with this message. This is the Union action. We condemn human rights violations committed by the state of Israel. Moreover, the state of Israel is destroying press freedom. That's why we stop this image for a moment. Sillam, good point. They think they have the right because of what God told them, but then they don't believe in that God. Very good point. Matt 50, we consume material from all over the place here, dude. From Israel, from Hamas, from Ukraine, from Russia. But we don't consume YouTube or mainstream media bull. And we are not on TikTok. There's TikTok videos here. Settlers threw stones at humanitarian aid trucks heading to the Gaza Strip. Terrorist act, dude. Look, they're preventing. This is ordinary settlers preventing the delivery of food to starving children, dude.
מלון בראשית, אזרחים, אזרחים באמת אלופים, הגיעו לפה בבוקר, ב7 בבוקר, לקחו את כל הסלעים וחסמו את הכביש, למה? כי בסרטון
כן. Unironically, the occupation state called Israel finally got what they begged for after all those years. They got the international recognition, but not as a state. Rather, they are internationally recognized as a child-killing, terroristic, genocidal, bloodthirsty murderers. They are globally known for their demonic tendencies. God gave them exactly what they begged for. Do you think people are less or more aware of truth these days? Less. Crawlable. The reason why you see protests for Palestine is because of condition through social media. They were told to support Palestine, but they didn't support the prevention of the death of Ukraine, which they could have, but they didn't. Social media can easily be controlled, and it will be controlled. And then what will they do? The fact that they didn't protest support of Ukraine shows that they don't know. And a conflict somewhere could be happening with the social media showing it differently, and they would just absorb it likewise. But less than 1% is aware. Protest is not 100% virtue signaling, but I understand your point. I understand it. These student universities seem sincere to me. And the protest, I like them regardless. But I fully understand your point. Most of what people do these days are virtue signaling, dude. Including preventing genocide. But the point is, that I'm trying to tell you, is that they didn't realize what was happening because of the nature of the state of America. They were told. And anyone can tell them something else. And then they will believe that. Had they understood the truth, right? Then they would realize what was happening in Ukraine, where 2 million people are gone. In Gaza, it's 40,000, right? In Ukraine, it's 2 million. Where's the sympathy for Ukraine? I know, Radin. My impression is not that they are virtue signaling. I think that they are sincere protesting and they are sacrificing their future and themselves. Without a doubt, dude. Hey, Omni/. What is this? Victory Day Parade. I think I just saved whatever I had to. Why did I save this? I kind of want to go to the Red Square, boys. You know, normally I don't give a shit about things, but I kind of want to go home. Dream from here. You know what I'm saying? I find it strange people support one nation or another. They never fly peace flags. I don't know. I know what you mean. I don't think it's about supporting nations. I think it's about preventing brutality. But people are just like too narrow-minded, dude. People don't support the genocide of Gaza. They want to prevent that, but they don't understand the powers that are doing that genocide. If people were smart, they would realize that the media is lying to them. And if they lied to them about that, they lied to them about fucking Ukraine. And they would stop supporting Ukraine and they would try to prevent fucking war in Ukraine. But they're not doing that. They're not fucking doing that. Oh no, now the Chinese are lowering levels of air pollution. Pacific heat waves linked to lower factory emissions from China. So you got the heat waves coming from China because they're being more green, dude. China is creating heat waves over the Pacific Ocean, killing fish and other wildlife. China's aerosol reduction measures warming Pacific oceans. Computer models shows heat waves in North Pacific may be due to China's reducing aerosols. Don't you guys find that funny, dude? Don't you guys find that fucking funny? I find it funny as fuck, dude. Yeah, study, dude. I need the bathroom.
Но хуже уже не будет. И бац, 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 бейт, бац, 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 бейт, бац, бац, бац.
It's funny, dude. Okay? We got a newborn here who survived the Israeli strike in Rafah. You know what? These incidents happen so often that it's very frequent when we see a newborn surviving because of how many times this happens. Very shitty, dude. Very fucking shitty. Students and grad workers are being confronted with violent arrest at MIT University.
I'm standing in front of a protest and picket by MIT students, both undergrads and grad workers, calling on MIT to cut all research and financial ties with the Israeli Ministry of Defense. MIT, a couple hours ago, brutally arrested 6 grad workers and undergrads right behind me, including the vice president of our union, our grad student union. This is unacceptable behavior from MIT. The fact that they are willing to arrest their students instead of cut ties is unacceptable. We're here as a grad union because yesterday,
Weird audio.
MIT suspended 23 undergrads and grad workers, effective immediately. For grad workers, this meant that 1, their employment was cut immediately, 2, they were evicted immediately from their on-campus housing, and 3, they were suspended from all academic and research activities. This is completely unacceptable, unjust, and illegal, and so we're here as a union, ready to fight for our coworkers. We know that we're strong together, and we know that when we fight collectively, we...
Weird fucking audio, dude. A pro-Palestine protester escapes the hands of the police. I don't know. Yeah, Amsterdam. Yes, it was, dude. Kairos. Fuck no, dude. Is he even online? Kairos is the enemy, dude. It says HIMARS. What is this? The German defense minister announced the purchase of 3 HIMARS from the US to send them to Ukraine. Okay, remember HIMARS, GPS guided, frequently used to kill civilians. It means they're using American satellites. They're getting coordinates for civilian targets. These civilian GPS coordinates are inputted into the system and then fired. In many instances, NATO personnel are manning these HIMARS. Hey Siberia, how are you doing? Ukraine attacked a Russian refinery in the Kaluga region. Kaluga, is that Crimea? Probably not, dude. Kaluga region. Russian Oblast. No, it's towards Moscow. Towards Moscow. We need a defense click lock. Lindsey Graham going crazy. Yes, yes.
Listen, you know, here's what I would say about fighting an enemy who wants to kill you and your family. Why did we drop 2 bombs, nuclear bombs on here?
Oh, he's gonna talk about Hiroshima. This is nuts, dude. So, you know what I've noticed? That the Americans are frequently trying to go out of their way to justify the nuclear bombing of Japan. So, in a case like this, they will say, oh, it was okay that we nuked Japan, man. They do this all the time. They try to like get a penny or something like that for like every time they justify the nuking of Japan, dude.
Hiroshima and Nagasaki to end a war that we couldn't afford to lose. You don't understand apparently what Israel is facing. They're facing 3 groups. Iran, who has received $80 billion in aid. When Trump left office, they were exporting 300 barrels of oil a day. Now they're at 1.3 million a day. They've been enriched by Biden. They're taking that money to kill all the Jews. So when we were faced with destruction as a nation after Pearl Harbor,
obviously nuking Japan was a war crime. Obviously.
Fighting the Germans and the Japanese, we decided to end the war by
I saw a new movie, Uppsala. A new Nazi movie. And it's called I'm gonna have to go to torrent to find it, dude. But the movie is called fuck's sake, dude. Come on. It doesn't matter what it's called. But it's a movie where Americans, Brits, are killing Nazis. And obviously they're just like killing them in a super evil way, just like slitting their throats and just like brutalizing the Nazis. You have even like Nazi kids who are just like working as guards, just like fucking brutalized, right, by these British soldiers. But what you have in this movie, I forgot what it was I wanted to say to him. I had a point with this. That's right. Churchill, he's in the movie being all cool and shit, dude. It seems like it's a way to whitewash him.
Bombing Hiroshima and Nagasaki with nuclear weapons. That was the right decision. Give Israel the bombs they need to end the war they can't afford to lose and work with them to minimize casualties.
Senator, that military officials would argue that there has been so much technology since those bombs were dropped that
movie is called The Ministry of Ungentleman Warfare. And these people are just like killing the Nazis in the most brutal ways, dude. And even like innocent Nazis, I would say. Just like fucking people on duty and shit like that, dude. At some point, there's like 3 like kids almost, like reporting for duty, just like fucking stabbed to death, like fucking really, really brutally, dude. But the main point of this is like to whitewash war crimes done by the West, dude.
For that very reason, that is why Israel and other developed countries can be more precise. But let me ask it this way, because President Biden is not the first president to use arms shipments to try to influence Israeli policy. As you know, former President Ronald Reagan on multiple occasions weapons to impact Israel's military actions. Did President Reagan show that using U.S. military aid as leverage can actually be an effective way to rein in and impact Israel's policy?
I didn't they say this on purpose, dude. I feel like they get like maybe 10,000 every time they say it, dude. But in recent period, we have seen the Western leaders going out of their way to justify the nuking of Hiroshima and the other fucking place, dude. I forgot.
See.
When you're telling the world you're going to restrict weapons delivery to the Jewish state who...
Here comes the begging for more money. Himself getting a paycheck, dude.
...is fighting a 3-front war for their survival. It emboldens Iran. It emboldens Hamas. Sinwar is probably juiced up on the idea there's daylight between the United States and Israel. The hostage deal is harder. This is the worst decision in the history of the U.S.-Israel relationship.
Yeah, it's the worst thing that ever happened. Just please, the paycheck, dude.
To deny weapons at a time the Jewish state could be destroyed. So here's what I would say.
And also, be sure to call it the Jewish state. You know what, Upsila? In that movie I just mentioned, there's something about the Jews, dude. I'm going to try to see if I can find it.
Some hope we can get over this. Non-negotiable, the destruction of Hamas. Nobody in Israel will allow Hamas to be standing militarily or politically when this is over. How we get there is subject to negotiation. My problem is not with the weapons that Israel is using. My problem is with the tactics that Hamas is using and the idea that America would not send a nickel of aid, echoed by a United States senator when all the Jews are trying to be killed by radical Islamic groups, tells us where we're at as a nation. The Republican Party is with Israel without apology.
Well, historians would say, why is it okay for Reagan to do it and not President Biden? But let me ask you about
why is it okay?
Deal.
Well, can I say this? Why is it okay for America to drop 2 nuclear bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki to end their...
It wasn't okay, dude.
Why was it okay for us to do that? I thought it was okay. To Israel, do whatever you have to do to survive as a Jewish state.
Senator, again, military officials say
whatever
the technology has changed. But let me ask you about how all
these
of this
military
could
officials
impact.
that you're talking about
Let me ask you
are
something.
full of crap.
Fucking Lindsey Graham, dude. In that movie, okay? This movie, there's a part where they like... There's a Nazi. He's asking a woman, what do you think about the Jews? And she's like praising the Jews, right? She's saying that there's very few Jews and they did very good for themselves. Everyone else is jealous. Stuff like that, right? And then after that, he said, I'm just joking. I'm not with the Jews, right? But it's very brown-nosing, dude. Very, very brown-nosing. Hey, bar enough. What's up? Bar enough. Lindsey Graham, fuck, dude. The Russian army would have begun an attack on Kharkov. So this is what we saw videos coming when the Kharkov offensive was announced. Like 2 days ago. I'm gonna move on, dude. Kharkov, okay, north, east of Ukraine, and Volchansk is the area of contention right now. So there's some distance to Kharkov still. I'm gonna guess this is like 80 kilometers. It's not like too much. There's a river somewhere here You can't see it on the map. But I think there's a river. Maybe it's this one. That's the river. But you can see it doesn't provide an obstacle to Kharkov, but there's a river. UNRWA estimates that 110,000 Palestinians have left Rafah in search for safety. And there's 1 million there. Okay. Hungary, Orban. We are living in a multipolar world order.
Nagy megtiszteltetés számunkra, hogy a diplomáciai
Alright. I'm moving on. Okay, what he said is, one of the pillars of the new world order is the People's Republic of China, the country that is now setting the course of the world's economy and world politics, Orban said. Ukraine is acknowledging that troll, and I have videos of Ukrainian acknowledging this attack. So we don't need to trust a random map. Ukraine is acknowledging that data. Like I'm telling you, I'm getting videos from both Ukraine and Russia. But it's fine, you trust what you want. IDF, we have enough munitions for Rafah. We'll fight with our fingernails if needed. Okay. Hey, non-binary. Yeah, I always stream in English. You've been here before, dude. We got Chinese, Russian here.
全部装带上了，4个弹夹，总共16个弹夹。累死我了，留着啊。
You know what? That looks like the Ukrainian conflict zone.
全部装带上了。
Burnt trees. Dark Ukrainian.
累死我了，留着啊。
I think he's in fucking Ukraine, boys. I don't want to. God damn it. Okay. This is a video about ceasefire deal and prisoner exchange that Hamas has offered Israel since October 7th.
Here's every ceasefire deal and prisoner exchange that Hamas has offered Israel since October 7th. October 9th, Hamas offers Israel an unspecified number of women and children being held hostage in Gaza in exchange for 36 Palestinian women and children being held hostage in Israeli prisons.
The sea and the patch on the side suggest Kharkov. The sea just suggests that he's fighting on behalf of Russia. Right?
October 16th, a Hamas official says they'd free all Israeli captives in Gaza in exchange for 6,000 Palestinian captives in Israel. October 17th, a Hamas official tells NBC News that they'd release all of their Israeli civilian captives if Israel agreed to stop bombing Gaza. October 28th, Hamas's leader...
It seems like Israel had many opportunities to just fucking get these hostages, dude. But they didn't want that, dude. Look, I recognize the student protest, dude.
Gaza offers to release all of the Israeli captives in Gaza in exchange for all of the Palestinian captives in Israeli prisons. This proposal, more commonly known as All for All, was a demand widely adopted by Israelis protesting against Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. November 17th, Qatari negotiators proposed a deal where Hamas will release 50 Israeli captives in exchange for a 3-day ceasefire. Hamas agrees to the general outline of the deal. Israel refuses. January 2nd, Hamas proposed a 3-phase deal where Hamas releases 40 Israeli captives in exchange for a gradual withdrawal of Israeli forces from Gaza and the release of Palestinian captives. In the last phase, Israel would end the war and Hamas would release all of its Israeli captives. Israel rejected this offer. January 18th, members of the Israeli government make a proposal to Benjamin Netanyahu to reopen negotiations with Hamas. He refuses. January 22nd, Israel rejects a deal where Hamas would release Israeli captives in exchange for the release of Palestinian captives, a withdrawal of Israeli forces from Gaza, and accepting Hamas's leadership in Gaza. February 7th, Hamas proposes a 3-phased, 4.5-month ceasefire, where in the first phase, Hamas would release all women, children, ill, and young male Israeli captives in exchange for the release of Palestinian women and children being held captive in Israeli jails. In the second phase, adult male captives on both sides would be exchanged, and then in the third phase, a remains of the dead and an end to the war. March 15th, Hamas offers to release Israeli women, children, elderly, and sick captives being held in Gaza in exchange for 700 to 1,000 Palestinian captives in Israeli prisons. And most recently, yesterday, Hamas offered to participate in a proposed three-stage deal where, in the first phase, Hamas would release Israeli female prisoners for 50 Palestinians held in Israeli prisons each. After 11 days of ceasefire, Israel would begin to dismantle its military structures in Gaza. In the second phase, there would be a halt to all military activity in Gaza. And then in the final phase, the war in Israel's blockade on Gaza would end, and the reconstruction process would begin. Israel rejected this deal. Now, you might be saying, well, what about all of Israel's proposals that Hamas turned down? But all of Israel's proposals so far have been for temporary ceasefires. In other words, they would stop the fighting long enough to allow Israel to get its people out and then decimate Gaza without having to worry about killing any Israeli hostages. This is fundamentally different from the ceasefire that Hamas and the vast majority of the world want, which is a permanent ceasefire. Now Israel's trying to say that they have no choice but to invade Rafah because Hamas refuses to negotiate. But this is obviously a lie. If Israel really wanted its hostages back, it could have had them back 7 months ago. This was never about hostages. Israel's been relentlessly carpet bombing the very place their hostages are being held and have killed an untold number of them. Israel was actually very clear from day one what this genocidal slaughter was all about. They said they would wipe the Gaza Strip off the face of the earth. They said they would bomb it so badly that Gaza would be a place no human being could exist. This was never about hostages. Hostages were always just their excuse to justify the extermination of a people.
We know that, dude.
Destroy its ability to exist.
We know that. Everyone who's been following the situation in Gaza, they know this. We don't need data, proof, shit like that. If you've been following the rhetoric, following what's happening, you fucking know that's the case, dude. Israel is lying to have an excuse to bomb the shit out of Gaza and terrorize them and putting fear in them in hopes that they will leave. For what? Which version of Wolfenstein? We said, don't do that. You're gonna ruin your Twitch recommendation. Shoigu is out. He was replaced by Bisalov, who is being cheered by the Russians. As far as I understand, he's good at dealing with sanctions, economy. He's gonna scale up. Shoigu is gonna be in the Security Council. I don't know what that means. It's just like a reshuffling. I don't know, but people were saying that Gerasimov would stay. Wild Paprika, what about Gerasimov? Gerasimov staying on his position. Okay. You watched the Hunger Games yesterday? It sucks, dude. The movie sucks. The New Order. Okay. This means retirement. Security Council. Theo, can you explain what that is? Security Council. Even though it's retirement, I'm curious what it is. Okay. Liberation of Ukraine. Take a look at this, boys. Liberation of Ukraine in 1943. History repeats itself. From February the 2nd to March the 3rd, 1943, Soviet troops liberated Kharkov during an offensive operation. This is cool, boys. Where is Kharkov? I can't see shit. Oh, there it is. That's Volchansk. That's where the Russians are now, dude. I think. I'm getting confused by all this Cyrillic, dude. Few people understand what their powers are, but this is something like a decent position and symbolic recognition of merit. Okay. Okay. Theo, I wonder if Shoigu has been there for 10 years or something. 12 years, right? It is a long time, dude. But he didn't seem old. And it seems always risky to swap people during a war. It also seems risky not to do it. I know the Russians have an attitude to change things up, like you had to show Viking, then another guy, then another guy. On purpose. Do this on purpose, dude. I don't know. Maybe they promised Kiev sponsors Nuremberg 2.0. And earlier, he was the head of the rescue service. And showed himself very well there. Okay.
How's it going?
What's good, man?
What's up, bro? You hit
I think this is an advertisement for the US military.
me up on Insta.
That 50K on Insta, is it real or is it cap?
No cap. It's real. I get you at 50K, and then you be all iced out.
For real, I could bag that.
All right, man. You pick any job you want. You vibe for life. No cap. I got your location. I got your place where you want to be. All you gotta do is agree.
I bet that sounds good.
All I need you to do now, man, is lose the cap, put on this one, and join the fam.
All right, bet.
Holy shit, dude. Holy shit, dude. Did you see that? That's fucking cringe, dude. Maybe they retained the post of administrator of the Telegram channel. I thought it was his Telegram channel. That was nuts, that video. I'm posting. Jay, but what are you doing, dude? Terrible. Hey, non-special. How are you doing? Who was who? We're watching some fucking weird video. Take a look at this, dude.
How's it going?
This is the most cringiest shit I've ever seen, dude.
What's up, bro? You hit me up on Insta.
That 50K on Insta, is it real or is it cap?
No cap. It's real. I get you at 50K, and then you be all iced out.
For real, I can bag that.
All right, man. You pick any job you want. You vibe for life. No cap. I got your location. I got your place where you want to be. All you gotta do is agree.
I bet that sounds good.
All I need you to do now, man, is lose the cap, put on this one, and join the fam.
All right, bet.
Fucking cringe, dude. This fucking cringe, man. Victory Day in Australia. First report of the Solely Viv live channel. Live broadcast from the Russian General Consulate in Sydney. I'm not sure you want to watch this. I don't care too much about this, dude. Whatever. Taiwan rejects Serbia's acceptance of one China principle. Lol. Does Taiwan do that, dude? Egypt, a beggar state, like Kairos.
I don't know if you heard it. I dealt with the new situation which now exists in Gaza in breach of the Camp David Accords.
I will do that thing then.
This treaty between Egypt and Israel, which forbid Israeli forces to be in what's known as the Philadelphia Corridor. And the Israeli forces are now on the Egyptian frontier and controlling the Egyptian Gaza Gate. Your thoughts, first of all, on the military political implications of that?
Well, first of all, you're absolutely correct to point out that this is a violation of the Camp David Accords. In fact, Egypt, President Sisi has been saying that if Israel were to do this, that it would end the state of peace that exists. I think Israel's called Egypt's bluff, just like Israel has called everybody's bluff on this, on the issue of the Palestinian people and its ongoing oppression in Gaza. Sadly, I don't think Egypt's going to do what it is permitted to do, which is to declare war on Israel. Israel has committed an act of war. It's an open violation of the terms of peace. Peace should no longer exist between Egypt and Israel, and yet it does. Israel has been able to get away with literal murder in Gaza. The genocidal behavior of the Israeli troops is well documented. It's not even up for debate, and yet the world continues to treat Israel as a legitimate actor on the international stage. And right now Egypt is looking impotent, literally a powerless nation that joins.
I mean, it's a beggar. It's a beggar state, and it breaks my heart to describe the country of Gamal Abdel Nasser in those words. 120 million Egyptians, the beating heart of the Arab world, but it's a beggar, and Israel knows that.
Sucks, dude. Think Daniel, I read it. I agree. There's many people from Israel in general who have different accents, dude. And it just sounds weird when you listen to them, how different they are, dude. How fucking different they are. Fuad, wait for me, dude. I'm gonna go to bed soon. What is my battery at? 94%. Not bad, dude.